Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Talbot County Board of Education meeting. It is Wednesday. Yes, it is January 14th, 2026. And the regular board meeting of the Talbot County Public Schools will open at 5:30 for the purposes of declaring a quorum, and will move to closed session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, Section 3-305B, Provisions 1, 7, 8, and 9 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Section 3-103 of the General Provisions Articles of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Citation 3-305B, Provision 1, regarding personnel reporting, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Citation 3-305B, Provisions 7 and 8, regarding legal matters, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on the following legal matters, and 8, to consult with staff, consultants, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, which includes the following: a social media lawsuit regarding litigation on behalf of school districts against Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, a lawsuit regarding an alleged injury to a student, an OCR case regarding special education services, a student case regarding the alleged failure of TCPS to provide a free, appropriate public education, a student case involving school/residential placement, allegations regarding the Child Victims Act. Citation 3-305B, Provision 9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We will move into closed and be back at 7 o'clock. All right, everybody, we're ready to go. Thanks for being here. It's nice to see you all. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Talbot County Board of Education. I apologize for our tardiness. If you could all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to amend the agenda to add a new action item entitled Unauthorized Grading Practices.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
But I didn't finish my statement.
You
Can I finish
your
my statement? Okay. I was going to say that we need to review our policy code 9.25, Roman numeral 5, which is student progress reports to parents. So I'm going to hand a paper out to the board members. This policy states that, I need one. Sorry. I think I gave you too many. That under 5, the board directs the superintendent to issue comprehensive guidelines to specify grading criteria and reporting procedures. The unauthorized grading practice implemented with board approval is where all students receive a minimum 50% grade without board approval. I move that this practice be rescinded immediately. It did not go through the proper channels. It wasn't vetted, voted on, and it didn't go through the board or the superintendent. So therefore, it needs to go back to the status quo, and in the interim, the grading committee will continue to do their robust work. But until that time, I feel it needs to go back to what it was because we did not follow protocol. And as far as COMAR goes, there is no language in COMAR itself establishing a mandatory 50% minimum grade. That is up to the board, and that did not go through the proper procedures.
Ms. Bridges, you second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I'm sorry, your motion did not pass. We're going to move on. Do I have a motion to approve do I have a motion to approve our minutes from last month's meeting, which is December 17th, 2025?
I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from December's meeting.
I second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Y'all, you do have to vote.
Aye.
Okay. Anybody else? Are you in favor of approving the minutes from last month's meeting? That's okay.
Aye.
I know. There's a lot flashing in front of us. Give us just a second. Okay. We are moving on to recognition of the public.
So to President Jackson, board members, and our guests who are here, one of my favorite parts of our agenda is our public recognition. And who we have tonight is we want to celebrate Tessa Diffenderfer, an Easton High School sophomore, and she is the recipient of the 24 Maryland's Emerging Scholars Award. And I'm going to read a little bit about what this is. The Maryland Business Roundtable for Education, MBRT, in partnership with the Daily Record, presents this Emerging Scholars Award. This distinguished award celebrates 24 Maryland high school students who exemplify excellence in leadership, community service, and academic achievement, while also highlighting their engagement in MBRT programs. Each year, one exceptional student is selected from each of Maryland's 24 school districts, ensuring that remarkable young leaders from every corner of the state are honored for their impact and potential. By shining a spotlight on the dedication, innovation, and service of high school students, this underscores its mission to empower the next generation of leaders who will strengthen Maryland's communities and workforce. The 24 award Award honors students who are not only academic performers, but who are also active contributors to their schools and communities. And so I have a certificate here congratulating Tessa on being recognized for this award. We appreciate your dedication to your education and your community as evidenced by your excellence in leadership, community service, and academic achievement. Best wishes for continued success. Next, we're celebrating Ashley Weber for Safe Sports School Award announcement. So I'm going to read about that. I'm pleased to share that Easton High School has been recognized with the National Athletics Trainers Association Safe Sports School Award. This national recognition highlights our commitment to providing a safe, well-organized, and medically supported athletic environment for our student athletes. To earn this award as a first-team safe sports school, Easton High School met all required and recommended criteria established by the NATA. These standards include emergency action planning, injury prevention, treatment protocols, proper equipment, facility safety, access to athletic healthcare services, and education for athletes and families on health and safety. Currently, there are approximately 10 schools in the state of Maryland that have received this NATA Safe Sports School Award, placing Easton High School among a select group of statewide recognized for meeting the highest standards in athletic safety. So I would like to award Ashley Weber. Congratulations on being awarded the NATA Safe Sports School Award. We appreciate your commitment to providing a safe and well-organized and medically supported athletic environment for our student athletes. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. And we'll get our picture. Next up, we have a group of teachers that are here with us that we would like to recognize for earning their National Board certification. What you see here on the slide we have some teachers who are already existing NBC teachers, but then we have newly nationally board certified teachers just this year, 2025, just recently. So I'm going to talk about what this is, what this certification is. This certification is a voluntary, rigorous, advanced teaching credential considered the gold standard in education that recognizes accomplished teachers through a performance-based assessment of their knowledge and practice, leading to enhanced skills, career benefits, and better student outcomes with a process involving portfolio entries and computer-based tests. It's offered by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards across various subjects and student levels, validating teachers who meet high national standards for teaching. And so I want to also recognize we have a person that oversees and helps our teachers with this process. Her name is Sarah Baynard. Sarah here? They're standing in the back. And so she's responsible for all NBC-related duties. She has the information sessions, she organizes support for them, she helps maintain the professional learning platform, and kind of helps through this process with the teachers going through this process. So at this time, I am going to call up our new NBC teachers for 2025. If you are here, come on up and receive your certificate. I'll read the first certificate that says, and this is for Lynn Aliman, Certificate of Achievement. Congratulations on the completion of your National Board certification. We appreciate your dedication, perseverance, and commitment to improving student learning, and we look forward to the impact you will continue to make at TCPS. And I have to say, occasionally I'll be here in the building and I would see the teachers here talking about the things they had to do. I would talk to some of the teachers in the building about all they had to do to reach this status, and it sounded like it was a lot. So congratulations for this achievement. So is Lynn Aliman here? Okay, she is not. Donna Barnhart. Congratulations. And you could stand right up there in the front and we'll take your picture. Carrie Cotter. Kelly Cummings. Jeremy Hilliard. Congratulations. Joni Kolakowski. Lindsay Matthews. Shannon Ryan. Katie Spees. Jolyn Thompson. Katie White. And Daniel Bieber. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we said, yep. Oh, come on, Miss Baynard.
Congratulations again to all our amazing teachers, and I see some previously certified teachers in the room too, so congratulations to everybody. I think as parents, we do recognize the incredible effort you put in to get this far, so know that we're all cheering you on from all facets of the county. Next up, we have public comment, and nobody is officially signed up, but I understand someone is here to make a public comment. All right, hold on one second. You can walk up to the podium. I've got to read something, so let me just find it for you. Okay, it's long. Please bear with me. In order to maintain an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines will apply. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less and are to be directed to board members from the podium. When the allotted time expires, the speaker will be permitted to complete their sentence, then return to the audience. Ms. Dodson's going to do the timing, so there'll be a loud beep when it's over. If unable to complete comments in the allotted time, individuals are asked to submit remarks to the board in writing. Signs or posters may not be displayed at board meetings. Handouts may be left for board members at the podium. Public statements made at a board meeting should relate to an agenda item for the current meeting, a recent or future meeting, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. personnel matters, matters relating to individual students, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff members, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics for citizen participation. Board members will not answer questions during citizen participation. Questions should be submitted in writing to the board. Responses will be provided in a timely manner. The board and/or superintendent reserves the right to correct misinformation presented during citizen participation. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that multiple topics may be addressed. The audience is asked to be respectful of public speakers and board members. Failure to comply may necessitate removal from the public meeting. Thank you for respecting these guidelines. Okay, that's it. Whenever you're ready.
Am I on the clock? As soon as you start talking. All right. Thank you. I'd respectfully request that the school board consider adopting a policy that allows students to participate in extracurricular sports and activities at a different county school when the desired sport or activity is not offered at their home campus. This opportunity would ensure equitable access to extracurricular programs for all students, regardless of the size or resources of their assigned school. Participation in athletics and activities plays a critical role in students' physical health, academic engagement, leadership development, and overall well-being. When a program is unavailable at a student's home school, allowing participation at another county school would help prevent students from being unfairly excluded from these benefits. Under this proposal, the student athlete and their family would assume responsibility for transportation to and from the host school for all practices, meetings, and competition. Participation would be contingent upon students meeting all eligibility, academic, conduct, and tryout requirements established by the host school, the school district, and a governing athletic association. I believe this policy would promote fairness, student opportunity, and efficient use of existing programs while minimizing logistical and financial impact on the district. I appreciate the board's consideration of this request and its continued commitment to supporting student growth and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you leave your name and your email address with our board secretary? Could you gather that? Thank you very much. We can, but.
Still had a minute left.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have student board member reports. Oh, Dave, you'd like to make a public comment tonight? Yes, ma'am. This is unheard of. Excellent. 2 in a row. I'll take it. Thank you.
Did we give him extra time?
Are you speaking on your own behalf or on behalf of the county council?
On behalf of my own.
Okay, you get 3 minutes then.
Okay, thank you.
You get more minutes if you're county council.
I'm here on my own. So, but no, board, I appreciate the time tonight. So again, my name's Dave Stepp. I live here in Easton. My wife and I do. Our kids are used to go to Talbot County Public Schools, and as you know, I am on the Talbot County Council. But in that role, I frequently get folks that come to me with matters of concern, and recently I've got a laundry list of folks who have reached out in regards to issues that are affecting Talbot County Public Schools. So I wanted to just go through a few. I have a few notes here, so I'm not going to read anything verbatim. Just kind of keep this more conversational. You know, just your job is not easy. I want to first recognize that as elected officials. You guys know, I certainly know it. We hear the good, we hear the bad, we hear the ugly, right? But I wanted to bring a few matters to attention that that I've heard from recently here. So I've received concerns about student, teacher, and staff safety in general. I know we had an instance here at a sporting event, this year that law enforcement had to step in and end a match because there was a supposed gun in the stands. I know that happened again 2 years ago. Also, I'm hearing of things, a lot of fighting inside and out of school at sporting events, knives, drugs, vapes. I'm hearing a lot of things coming in there, right? We need to meet students where they are. I completely understand that. I've spent a lot of time volunteering in the community, and I do understand we need to do that. I do think we need to set clear expectations, reinstate accountability, demand respect, enforce meaningful and effective consequences that are meant to affect actual change, and have a better path to address the most severe and repeat offenders that we run into. I hear great success stories coming out of the Alternative Learning Center. I think we should look at expanding that program if needed, because I hear some really good things that come out of that, so we can make sure that students and teachers and staff are all safe. I did heard that there was a motion actually to bring up the 50% grading policy. That was one of the things that was on my list actually. It's a little disappointing to hear that we have such a policy in place. I've heard that at Easton High School, St. Michael's Middle High School, and Easton Middle School, where we have the 50% floor, if you will, and then assignments can be turned in late with no repercussions. That's a little disturbing, and I'm not sure how that really prepares us for college and career readiness, as I know we tout here in Talbot County. I've heard from a lot of folks that just that are actually teachers and staff that a few quotes I wanted to just say here. I feel defeated without support, and morale is lower than I've ever seen it. Those are three actual quotes that I've heard and seen. So I think we have some improvement there that I think this board could help with. We also, we tout ourselves as having, one of the highest graduation rates in the state, as well as one of the lowest dropout rates. But our MCAP scores, I mean, they're not showing that, right? So Talbot's the 16th out of 23 counties in English language arts, and then 18th out of 23 counties in the state being proficient there. So I just, I would like to see this board just try to take matters into their hands and see where they can affect some change in regards to that. I'll wrap up here as I heard my timer go off. Our students are counting on you and your leadership. Again, as elected officials, I know your job is not easy. I'll let you guys know I've been praying on this. I'll be praying for you all on your decisions as you move forward, and hopefully addressing some of these issues. And the offer is there to continue this conversation with any one of you. If you'd like to dive in deeper outside of the 3 minutes that I have here, I'm more than glad to. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Stepp. Good to see you as always. Okay. Now moving on to student board member reports, starting with Elmer from Easton High School.
All right, good evening, everyone. So this is the monthly report for Easton High School. To start off, our sports, you couldn't even tell they took a day off, because we always excel on the sport field as well. So as you can see, just this Monday we had the boys basketball with another win as they beat Ken Island on the road. Even though we were the away team, we still made sure to be as loud as we can. The environment at these Easton's games are always super loud, and it's always super fun to be in. Additionally, wrestling just held a 20-team tournament, and shout out to Esteban Velasquez for placing third. I can say I've never seen that many buses at our school before, but 20 teams is a lot, so I was just honestly astonished at it. And then additionally, we have a lot of big games and meets, so please come support your Easton Warriors. For clubs, we have, like I mentioned last month, National Honor Society. We have now separated into committees so we could better prepare to manage all the tasks of the upcoming cross-county talent show with Ken Island. So please, again, mark your calendars, April 16th. Please show up. My friend and I will be emceeing if you want to see more of me. And then additionally, all the honor societies are working together to create a mosaic for the school. So it's going to be in the courtyard, and it's going to be, we're still deciding on it of what the icon is going to be, but we're going to incorporate elements of every honor society. So that's something really cool to look forward to in Easton. For the activities, we had this Flying Friday. Miss Kyle's class, they flew their geometric kites in the field, which is honestly really cool to see. So you can see not just the standard education, but we also get memories here at Easton. So that was also really nice, and to see that they actually are flying as well. And then congrats to Miss Van Trieste and kids for winning the Her Church Cash for class. This is a grant of $1,000, which was given to them in order to support special projects, class innovations, and other things within the classroom. So that's really nice to see. And in this short month, that's all I had for you guys. So stay tuned for next month. Go Warriors.
Thank you, Elmer. All right, Tyler, you're up.
fixed it. All right. So St. Michael's month of January. First, I wanted to wish everybody, hope that everybody had a happy and rejuvenating holiday season. I know it was very good for me, getting a nice break. Going into what we're going to be talking about, Super Saints, academics, sports, and then finishing off with school events. So the Super Saint is a monthly award given to students that exhibit good character and hard work at St. Michael's, and for the past few years it's just been given to students selected by teachers. But this year, teachers can receive the award, which is voted on by the student body, which I thought was cool. You can see in this picture over here, teachers and staff, that's our guidance counselor, Mr. Burkhart there, surrounded by some of his senior class students. Going into sports, the men's basketball team has had multiple close games, including a win by 3 points over the cross-county rival of Easton. That was a fun game to be at. Always good to beat Easton, no offense, Elmer. And then additionally in sports, the wrestling team has been off to a hot start. I think they're up to 4-1 now. And then juniors Willie Cole and Jacob Jenkins have individual records of 23-3 and 22-3, so very impressive from those two guys. Academically, students have been studying hard this week, preparing for today and tomorrow's midterms and finals. I know tonight I have some last-minute studying to do for a final tomorrow, so that's exciting. And then academically, college admissions have been coming out with more to come in the month of January and February. This wall shows kind of which students and where they've gotten into. And then lastly, school events. Before Christmas break, the Royal Oak Church community put together 25 Christmas dinners for different underprivileged families in the community. They also did this same thing for Thanksgiving dinner, which is a cool way that they give back to our school community. And then the middle high school production of Descendants, which is our school musical. Practice, I'm in the play. Practice has been ramping up these past couple weeks. We've been busy with the play only about a month away. And then lastly, the National Technical Honor Society is hosting their Professional Closet Talent Show, and this is where they show off what to wear and what not to wear to interviews. So it's kind of funny to see. There's people walking in with jorts, showing what not to wear at the interviews, and then people coming across the stage in nice professional outfits. And then it shows off that we have this care closet available for students looking for stuff to wear to interviews and meetings and other things of the sort. And that is all I have for you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Tyler. All right, next up we have board committee reports. Does anybody have a committee to report on this month? No, I don't think MAPE committees have really spun up a whole lot yet. Oh,
I did attend the secondary grading committee this month, just a week ago, and that was the first time I've been to that committee. So I was really pleased to see the work they have done and the progress that they have made, diving into many of the things that we've talked about here. And I think working really hard to try to come up with models, to be innovative and look around the country, even look at research to see what is there a hybrid? Is there a hybrid that can address some of the concerns that we've talked about here? Looking at how do you engage students in a way that is going to be motivating to them. Yes, holding them accountable and helping them learn responsibility, and at the same time, being able to continue to have a growth mindset. So they're working really hard at that. There is pretty large group of teachers, parents, people coming from all different perspectives. So I think they're making a lot of progress. So another meeting coming up this week.
excellent. Anybody else? The calendar committee has been meeting, but you're going to get a calendar presentation this evening, so I don't think that Ms. Whelan-Cherry and I have anything to add ahead of time, but we are available for questions after Dr. Einhorn presents. So any other committee reports this month? Okay, we're going to move on to new business, and I think the first item on the list is the board set a goal of focusing on K-2 literacy, and we have a presentation from Dr. Clow, and it looks like she brought some friends from Chapel to present with her this evening. So take it away, ladies.
A little short, need to adjust this here. All right. Good evening, Dr. Pepakai. Good evening, Dr. Einhorn, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Carrie Clow, proud principal of Chapel District Elementary School. We're here this evening to talk about K through 2 literacy, specific to Chapel District Elementary, but I also want our wonderful team to introduce themselves as well.
Leslie Beveridge, I'm the reading interventionist and coach at Chapel. And I'm Holly Sump, kindergarten teacher at Chapel.
All right. Okay, so the first thing I want to briefly talk about is school improvement. So all schools within Talbot County Public Schools have a school improvement team. And basically the whole purpose of the school improvement team is to dig down and look at data to kind of figure out what direction the school is headed for the school year. So for us, specific to Chapel, we do have a wonderful team. We're comprised of grade level representation. We have one teacher from every grade level. Something new this year, we also have parents. We had about 5 or 6 parents that joined us, which was a fantastic addition. They bring a lot of great insight that we didn't previously have. We also have a community member. We have a retired teacher, shout out Cindy Dupnick, who also is a part of our grandparents club, so she's kind of provided some historical context within the school improvement team, and that's been great. So essentially, as our team, when we get together, and I'm just going to talk specific to literacy data, but when we get together, we look at the previous year's data to kind of focus in on what are the areas of strength and what are areas of improvement and kind of go from there. So once we look at the previous year's data, we look at historical trends. A lot of times that even includes MCAP data. So I know we typically look at from 2022 up through last year's data to kind of identify those historical trends. And then as a team, we create a reasonable goal and communicate this goal to staff and community, just so that way everybody's on the same page and that way everybody, full transparency. So for literacy, a lot of times the questions that you have to ask yourself, because there's a lot to look at, there's a lot of data points. So as a team, when we get together, we really kind of talk about, and it's a team discussion. This isn't something that I specifically drive or Leslie or just the teachers. It truly is a team effort. Which areas do we feel will make the largest impact specific to K through 2 students, or if you're looking at 3 through 5 students? What typically is that barrier to your more fluent readers as they get older in the upper elementary grades? So all students grades K through 3rd take the DIBELS assessment. That's a foundational literacy assessment that a lot of times can give your at-risk students. And we take a really close look at that data. So over time, in looking at that DIBELS assessment data, there's multiple subtests. Leslie can get into all the specifics of it. But there's one specific subtest that we have found, PSF, that is your phoneme segmentation fluency. And essentially, that's how in early reading, your phonemic awareness, breaking apart words, okay, the individual phonemes within a word. That is very important, and research shows that if kids typically don't do well on that subtest, they're typically going to be an at-risk reader later on. So that's what we decided to focus in on. So you can see our K through 2 literacy goal there for the years that 80% of K through 2 students will meet benchmark on DIBELS in PSF and words recoded. That's another subtest by May 2026. And DIBELS typically has 3 different test administrations. There's a beginning of the year in September. There's a mid-year, which is typically right now. We're actually right in the middle of that window that closes Friday. And then there's an end of year, and you kind of compare the 3 different assessment windows. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Leslie.
I'm going to try and be brief, but we do a lot with data at Chapel, and I can really nerd out about it, so I apologize ahead of time. So as Dr. Clow was just saying, we look very carefully at all of these data points at Chapel. And a few years ago, we had this vision for a data wall. So that became a project. It started electronically. We keep a massive spreadsheet on every single student at Chapel. It has all of their pertinent data, DIBELS, MAP, all of their math data, benchmark data, report card grades. It also has, are they in MTSS? Are they special ed? Are they ML? Are they meeting with a tutor? Are they seeing me for reading intervention, math intervention? It is a massive spreadsheet. And the instructional leadership team has access to all of that information at any time. We use it a lot when we are going into special ed meetings, MTSS meetings, meeting with parents for conferences. It's a really easy way to see across the board how a student is doing beginning, middle, and end of the year. Then, quarterly, we meet with grade level teams, and we created a physical data wall. And what that is every student has 2 Post-it notes that has their reading data and their math data on it. And this is really valuable because it gives all of those pertinent data points in one spot. We do a really good job as classroom teachers of looking at data as it rolls in. Like Dr. Klaus said, currently we're doing Dibbles. When that window opened last Wednesday, I already had teachers coming to me to talk about kids. The hard part is looking at it all at one time. So every teacher gets a Post-it note for math and for reading for each of their students. They look at all of that information very carefully. We start to have conversations. Then in that same meeting, they literally stand up and they put the Post-it notes on the wall. Now this year, with construction, we don't have a conference room to do this in, so Mrs. Kellum, who is my math counterpart, and I are getting very creative with the data wall, which we will meet and talk about next week. But they will put those Post-it notes actually on the wall. Students that we're concerned about go on the top. Kids that we would consider on grade level go in the middle. Students that we would consider above grade level go at the bottom. And then we put a magnet for all of the services that those students are currently getting. So if they are in reading intervention with me, they get a little magnet next to them that says, okay, they're already in reading intervention. If they're special ed, ML, yada, yada. And then the most important part, in my opinion, is we look for holes. Who are we missing? Because as a classroom teacher, it is my nightmare to let somebody fall through the cracks, and I don't want that to happen at Chapel. So then we look, okay, this student, Ben is doing great, but he is falling behind in Dibbles. What do we need to do differently? His classroom performance might be on grade level, but something else is happening here underlying. What do we need to be doing differently? And we have all of those conversations. We talk about where, for 3rd through 5th grade, where are they in WIN? We talk about what kind of small groups are happening within the classroom for K-2. We talk about all of that important data. This process takes sometimes 2 to 3 weeks of meetings because it's a lot. It's a lot to look at your entire grade level on the wall. But it has such a profound impact to make sure that we are doing everything that we can for our students. So that's quarterly, and we do that. We will be meeting next week to do the next one, and it's really super important. The other thing, I know that K-2 literacy is our focus. However, it also feeds into what we do for 3 through 5 with MCAP. We also, I must love a Post-it because we also make Post-its for MCAP when that data comes out in the fall. We have some very important meetings with 3 through 5 teachers where we put the MCAP scores on a Post-it note for every student again, and we plot them horizontally, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s for MCAP, and we then put the cut scores. Where is a 1 to a 2, 2 to a 3, 3 to a 4? Okay, I see that, I'm going to pick Ben, whoever Ben is at a 748. The cut score for a 2 to a 3 is a 750. He's 2 points away. What can we do differently? I see that Claire, I'm picking all of Mrs. Jackson's kids. I see that Claire is at a 753. She's right on that bubble. What can we do to ensure that she stays in the 3? So we have those types of conversations with teachers. Again, this takes a lot of time, and shout out to our Chapel teachers that they don't roll their eyes as they walk in and see Amy and I with the Post-it notes. The other meetings that we have surrounding MCAP is we look at the standards reports. Okay, what standards did Chapel do well at? What standards did we not do well at? How are we going to address those needs? We looked at the benchmark and reveal curriculum. Where are those standards taught? What time of year is it? What units are it? So that everybody is on the same page with how we can improve. We don't want any holes. We want to work really hard to not miss anything. The last thing, sorry, being very long-winded, is formative data collection. This is also a super important part of classroom instruction. Formative data can be your quizzes, exit tickets, assignments that students have done. It can also be observational data. It can be a teacher walking around with a clipboard, taking notes on how students are doing. That formative data drives your next day's instruction. So if you notice that somebody is not doing well with cause and effect, let's say, okay, tomorrow I'm going to pull those 3 kids into my small group to review. Okay, that student didn't get the digraph CH today. I'm going to pull those kids into a group tomorrow to review. We are constantly doing that, and whether you're taking formative data paper pencil or you're doing it more electronically, it doesn't matter. It's happening every day at Chapel. So I'm really proud of the work that we do, and I think it does have a huge impact on our students.
Good evening. I would like to speak now about how the data analysis then goes and is used into the classroom instruction.
I forgot my pictures. Here's some pictures. That's the electronic data wall without student names. That's just a piece of it. It continues going. And then this is our old conference room at Chapel. That it doesn't exist anymore, but this is what the data wall would look like. And some of you may have seen this when you've been at Chapel. And I also ask Dr. Klaus permission. If you would like to come in and see how we do this, you are more than welcome to. Come on down. Yes. Bring a hard hat.
All right, so good evening again. So I would like to speak about how we then use that data analysis and how it's used in the classroom. So as Leslie said, that we use looking the whole group together, we look at the data, and then as far as myself as a classroom teacher, I then use like my formative assessment, and I make small groups based on skills that my students need and to see where they're going next. So my name was up there earlier for being nationally board certified. So that is, there's a big emphasis on data collection and analysis going through the national board certification process. And one of those components is to also identify a need for professional development as an educator. So as the county shifted to the science of reading, my colleague Becca Phillips and I found a book titled 7 Mighty Moves, Research-Backed Classroom Strategies to Ensure K-3 Reading Success. And so it was a real thin book, and it was an easy read, and we had been through letters training that told us like the why, but this was more of like the how. How do we make those moves to shift to the science of reading? And so her and I together with the SIT team, we led a book study on this book. And so through each of the shifts of all the chapters we read, the commonality was multimodal instruction. Like every chapter included multimodal instruction, which multimodal instruction is combining movement and manipulatives and visuals to make learning more accessible for students. So with that, you need a lot of manipulatives and things. So I applied for a grant through the TCPS Education Foundation and was awarded money to buy lots of tools for the entire kindergarten team. And so we use a lot of those tools daily in our small group instruction and in our whole group instruction to make learning hands-on for the students. So I'd like to share some of those pictures. Oh, it didn't. Oh, Cobb. I have them all I had it to click and disappear. So I'll just share this one picture. But so this is just a picture of kinetic sand that my students use to stamp out their letters to the words that they're building, and then they record it on a sheet. There's also pressums that I have, little squishy press things. I made gel bags where they can write their sight words, and I'll show you my next slide. This is movement, and this is a little video of some of my students. Cobb. Okay. Okay, Adele's turn. Cobb. So that's that PSF that she was talking about earlier about where using movement for kids to break apart their words to be able to spell them. So.
And I just want to commend both of these ladies and our entire team at Chapel. We truly have rock stars in Talbot County Public Schools. I'm very fortunate to work at Chapel and work with both these ladies, so thank you. So in kind of going back to the first slide and talking about school improvement, typically with the school improvement process, and these are all schools in Talbot County, goal number 1 in your school improvement plan revolves around literacy. Goal number 2 revolves around math achievement. And then goal number 3 can be a school's choice. So every school, you can kind of pick what goal you want to focus on. Some schools decide to do attendance to increase their attendance rates. Some schools decide to focus on discipline to kind of increase those areas. We had a really great and rich discussion at the beginning of the year with our school improvement team. And again, this is all driven by the team. And the discussion came up about how we're really noticing the addiction, especially within elementary school kids, to screens. And we're seeing everything from emotional dysregulation in children. We're seeing decreased attention spans when it comes to learning. It kind of runs the gamut in terms of issues. So within the discussion within school improvement, we said, well, what can we do to help, right? Because there's only so much control we have in the school, but then obviously at home as well. So we decided through shout out to the Education Foundation to do a Less Screen, More Seen, a family workshop to decrease screen time and increase connection. So what that is, and some of you may have heard of this book, we're going to be doing an optional book study. We know teachers already have enough on their plates, but for those who want to join, obviously any members of our board are more than welcome to. The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness, but it also talks about learning disabilities and just kind of what that trade-off is. Great read so far. So we're going to be doing that book study over the next couple of months. And then also what we're doing within the school is we're doing a digital detox with students. So in the past, we were guilty. I'm also guilty as a parent. Sometimes you just need some time to yourself. You know, get on the iPad. You can play some instructional games, the first 20 minutes homeroom. We decided, you know what, let's cut that out. So we've cut that out completely. And it has been a game changer. And we're taking it old school. We've got Connect 4. We've got Battleship. We've got Uno. Shockingly, a lot of kids don't know how to play Uno. So that was kind of eye-opening as well. So it's really interesting when you walk into any of the Chapel home rooms, there's conversation, there's connection happening. I sat down in a first grade classroom and there was one kid who did know how to play Uno, explaining to the other 7 students, this is how you play. And so I think that, yes, academics are very important, but also I think there's a social connection piece that we're missing. And as great as technology can be as a tool, I think that there's also a detriment that a lot of parents and even educators, we just don't know about. So we're hoping, we don't know the results yet, but we're hoping through this digital detox and doing this book study as well as a parent workshop in March, that we can kind of get better data and see improvement in healthy student and family connections. So we'd love to have you join our book study or come check out our digital detox at Chapel. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, thank you. I have some comments. I think that's amazing what you're doing. And in fact, I did propose this to the board. I said, I'm going to go radical here and say, let's get rid of all computers, iPads in elementary schools, middle and high. Why do we need the iPads in elementary school? When we're learning to read and write, we need to be using paper and pen and real books. But so when did you start? Is this the first year of the data wall?
No. Yes. So we've always done data collection and analysis, but each year I think we get a little bit better. So like we started old school probably about 4 to 5 years ago with chart paper. And that was a mess. Then we slowly moved to the Post-it notes. And then once Leslie and then Amy Kellum, who is our math coach, once they came into the picture, that's when really kind of things really came to fruition. As administrators, right, like our time is very short. It's hard to dedicate it specific to you know, everything with the data collection analysis. But we've honed in to the point where electronic, it's great, we pull it up right for special ed meetings, MTSS meetings, but also teachers can access it. But it is a fabulous, fabulous tool. Some school systems I know just use electronic data walls, but I know for a lot of us, if you're a visual learner, as an educator, when you walk in and you see those Post-it notes with your students' names on it, there's just something very powerful about that, because you can visually see where you need to make the largest impact.
And if I could piggyback on that too, in a normal year when we're not under construction, that data wall stays up all year. So we refer back to it frequently in other grade level team meetings. We just have to open the curtains to re-identify, okay, what are we looking to improve on? So it's really powerful.
That's like, I love that. You see it in real time. This is the group that needs help, and you hone in on that group. I mean, I think that's amazing. Are the
I meant to also mention in my presentation that for quarter 2, you'll get your quarter 1 Post-it again and your quarter 2 Post-it, and then you compare them and you see what the growth has been. So that's also a really important piece too, is comparing from one to the next and seeing how kids are moving.
are other schools doing this? Are the other schools?
Again, I can only speak to Chapel. I do know some other schools do data analysis. Like I know Lindsay Higginbottom does a very intricate pre-K data wall at Easton Elementary School. I know I've seen that before. So I know that there's probably different elements of it, but I could only speak to what I have at Chapel.
Dr. P, would it be possible for us to schedule board walkthroughs to specifically look at the different school improvement plans?
Yeah, and what you heard is the beginning components of every month. With us focusing on student outcomes, this is what you'll hear what every school is doing directly related to the goal. But then we can then attach walkthroughs so then we can see it in real time.
I know you can only speak to Chapel, but do you think that it is possible to replicate this at some of our larger schools who have, mountains of Post-its as opposed to a smaller number of Post-its like Chapel does? And how would you recommend a school implementing this? Do you think you'd want to break it down smaller than grade level? Would you want to look at it per class? Or do you have recommendations of how, for example, Easton Elementary, our largest school, could do something like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, invest in your Post-it notes, step one. But I mean, I think that really the school improvement process is kind of what drives this, because, really identifying what your strengths are as a school and then what your areas of weakness are. So I do think you can definitely replicate a data wall, but I think also that data wall has to be driven specific to what your school improvement goal is, right? Because that's kind of what you're measuring over time. Does that make sense? Yeah.
And I think too, I know we had one, work session around our budget, but when you see in the areas of technology, the platforms that are available for districts to be able to have it, then push it out to schools for them to be able to have these data conversations is the investment that we are constantly looking at. How can we get the data as fast as we can to get it out to schools so that they can do what they need to do?
Okay, any other questions?
I just wanted to comment and say that this is truly incredible what you guys are doing. And to the rest of the Chapel District team, I used to struggle with reading growing up myself. As a Spanish speaker, what I used to do, I would mix English and Spanish words in the same sentence. And it took me a long time to figure out that that's not how it's supposed to be. So it's just really incredible, really admirable what you guys are doing. And you guys are paying a huge service to these students, which is, again, incredible. It's nice to see teachers and staff who care so much about the kids in their school. And you definitely have to teach those kids how to play Uno, because as a senior, I can tell you we try to memorize our laptop time. And when we have free periods in study halls, we always play Uno. So this is really nice to see that.
Thank you. It was very sweet.
I have a couple more questions. Sorry,
Yeah, sure.
don't leave yet. Where have you seen the biggest success? I know you just mentioned a bunch of learning supports or magnets or whatever that a kid would have. What do you think, what areas? I know we talk about data from a district level, but we don't always get to drill down to school, and I know that you know your data in and out. Where are you seeing the largest successes with this program?
Which program specifically?
Well, yeah.
Just using the data wall?
Sensor data and your reading interventions and your, what Holly, everything that's happening in kindergarten. I don't even know how to put a name on it. You guys have made a concerted effort. You have changed the way that you approach education, really. And I can say this as a parent watching the way that you have approached educating my own children. This has changed fundamentally since my oldest was little. So where are you seeing your largest growth, and can you attribute it to what you're doing?
I guess to kind of backward map, we're seeing huge gains with our MCAP scores. We did outperform the state in every content and every grade level, and I think that's to be commended, of course, with our team and our teachers, but I think that goes back to that data analysis and being so intentional with that. Also, shout out to our special education team. We made 33% gains with our special education students with MCAP, and that's huge. We went from, it was like less than 5% to 33%, so huge there. Also, our ML students, we saw some huge gains with our ML students. So I think when you just drill down, regardless of the subgroup, and you look at the individual student and what they need, and teachers can use that daily formative assessment and to place them in the correct intervention or to beef up your tier 1 and your tier 2 instruction, you're going to see results across the board. And I think that is what we're seeing, which has been amazing.
Alignment, like the alignment of, starting big, drilling down to the
Right.
small.
Right.
I just want to say thank you so much for doing this. I know it's a lot of work, and I saw your first wall, and I was so impressed with it. I was like, whoa.
We've come a long way.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Questions for Chapel? You'll probably see more of us because it sounds like we're going to come on a walkthrough. So
Come on down.
we're coming, want to see
You
your
can
wall.
the construction as well.
We always want to see the construction
Yes,
too.
always.
It's very
Right,
beautiful.
Kevin?
Yes. Thank you so much, Chapel. It's great to see you as always. Okay. Sorry you have to follow that, Dr. Einhorn, but now we get to talk about calendar, and I know you're super excited about it. Dr. Einhorn is here to present the first reader of the school year 26-27 calendar drafts.
Yes, good evening, President Jackson, members of the board. I am sharing with you this evening 2 drafts for your review. The drafts are the work of a committee comprised of teachers, parents, and administrators from our county schools, as well as this year 2 of our board members were also part of the committee. The committee spent a lot of time in preparation for developing these calendars, looking at calendars from every district in the state of Maryland, some innovative models from around the country, and is going to continue doing work past the adoption of next year's calendar to continue to look at how do we schedule time better for our students and our staff. Ultimately, these 2 drafts are for your consideration, and going through our 2-reader process, you will make your approval of the 26-27 school year calendar. So the draft calendars have been created to comply with COMAR, and I do know I've shared this with the board previously, but I think it's important for everyone to know that there are certain constraints that we have to work within in building out any calendar from year to year. COMAR requires that we have 180 student days in our school calendar, and schools have to be closed on specified holidays, which you see listed on the screen here. In addition, in Talbot County Public Schools, we are traditionally closed for waterfowl. So that's another consideration the calendar committee takes into account in drafting the calendars. The 2 calendars are also drafted to honor the negotiated agreement that we have with our staff, which includes 2 hours for grading at the end of each term and a day at both the start of the year and at the end of the year, which is free of any administrative duties, professional learning. Those are no-touch days for teachers. The negotiated agreement also outlines specifically the number of work days for teachers. This includes 190 days for tenured staff, 193 for second and third year teachers, and 200 for newly employed teachers in our district. So we consider all of those constraints as we start to build out our calendar. The 2 calendars I'm going to show you are labeled A and B for ease of reference and really do not indicate a preference from the committee that's bringing it forward to you. However, there were certainly preferences among the individuals in the committee. So I just wanted to clarify that the A and B do not designate a hierarchy of recommendation to you. So calendar A for 26-27 school year has the first day for students on August 24th, and the last day would be on June 8th and June 14th if we were to use all of our 4 inclement weather days that we build into our calendar. We did hear strongly from our staff that they were interested in reinstating the staggered start for pre-K. So you will see that this calendar draft has that included in it. So that is when we bring in a portion of our pre-Ks on one day, and then the other half of the class before they all come in together to help them teach some of the routines. Schools in this calendar draft would also be closed for waterfowl on November 11th through 13th. This would allow for a full day of conferences for elementary school. We also heard the importance of having a full day in the fall for elementary teachers to meet with families and be able to do so with more families. It would also provide opportunities for full day professional learning for staff so that they are coming in knowing that is what we're doing for the day and not rushing from other duties being with students. Schools would be closed for Thanksgiving break, as has been traditional in Talbot County, from November 25th to 27th. And winter break would continue in this calendar to be the 2 weeks, with it beginning on December 21st and a return date to schools on January 4th. In addition to the holiday, Martin Luther King holiday on January 18th, schools would also be closed for students on January 22nd. We did also hear from the teachers on the committee that it was important to reinstate a full day for transition between first and second semester to allow teachers to close out that first part of the year, but also just to prepare for new classes as well as planning after the midterm exams for year-long classes. We did also talk about this day being a transition day for elementary school so that they also have that planning time available to them. Got that? Schools would be closed on February 15th for President's Day, and spring break in Draft A would begin on March 26th with a return to school on April 5th. That would be 6 days, make sure I have the right one up here. 6 days of schools closed with a total of 10 days for the spring break, inclusive of the 2 weekends. Memorial Day we would be closed, and in this draft calendar there are also 3 half days for teacher grading per the negotiated agreement, as well as 4 additional half days for conferences and or professional learning for staff for a total of 7 half days. Draft calendar B is similar to calendar A, but there are a few significant differences, starting with the start and end date of school. On draft B, the first day of school for students is on August 20th, and the last day for students is June 4th and June 10th if we use the 4 inclement weather days. The staggered start is still in calendar B, as is the November waterfowl, Thanksgiving, and winter breaks are the same as you saw in Draft A. There's still a full transition day, but it would be on January 15th since there's the earlier start to the school year. One of the other main differences in Draft B is the spring break, which would begin on March 24th. With a return to school on March 31st, which would be 5 days off of school, so 7 days total, including the weekend for the spring break. In calendar B, schools are closed also on April 23rd. The discussion there was around the long time between the spring break and another school close day, so the committee did put in April 23rd for that. Like the other calendar, there are 3 half days for teacher grading, 4 additional half-days for conferences and professional learning, both having a total of 7 half-days for the school year. So I do believe you have a copy of both of these calendars in your board materials. I'm happy to answer any questions or to turn it over to board members who heard conversations. But my role at this point is to take direction from you on how to move forward before I come back for second reader.
Can I ask a question? The January transition day, is that a hands-off day for teachers?
We would consider it, that would give them their grading time, plus whatever time they would need to prepare for the second half of the year, correct? We would not have professional learning on those days.
Okay, great. I've heard a lot of feedback from teachers that they really need that time.
Yes, including our elementary teachers.
I think Emily and I or Ms. Jackson and I just realized we might have a mistake with the election. Is that a state holiday this year for schools?
It's historically not a state holiday, but the Elections Board has come to us in the past and requested that we close schools because we use them as polling places. And they have been open before. It creates a problem with parking and student safety. So we have chosen in the past to close on Election Day. It was an oversight that we didn't discuss this during calendar committee. Election Day is November 3rd. Worth noting.
So again, we are not required to close. That is certainly a board decision. We do use 2 of our schools, Easton High School and St. Michael's Middle High School. I'm looking towards Mr. Schaefer to make sure I'm correct. But we have had a precedent where the board has made that decision in the past.
This literally just occurred to me, so I would put that back on everybody else, and maybe we could send it back to the calendar committee and say, hey, this was an oversight. I'm not sure. The board would have to agree that we would want to do that and then make that request of them. It's a tough day to be closed. I mean, closing on a random Tuesday is rough. I would venture a guess that most kids don't come on that Monday, or lots of kids don't. Attendance probably suffers greatly, is a better way to put that. But they've made a compelling presentation in the past, so I would say that we should close. But
Yeah, I think it definitely presents a safety issue because you have people coming in and out of the building that aren't going through the front office. They're not signing in. Who's to say someone doesn't take a wayward turn into an active classroom hallway? I feel pretty strongly that we would have to be closed that day.
Oh, sorry, we might need to take this back to the calendar committee.
Is it as easy as closing November 3rd and just tacking on a day on the end of the year, or do we have to then shift everything? I know quarter end can be a little uneven, maybe.
So one of the things I would just offer is in calendar B, the last student day would be on a Friday. One of the days that is different in this calendar than in A is the April 23rd day. So that's a possibility where schools might be open and then close on the election day. Really, that is, if the board wants to direct me one way or the other, or if you would like it to go back to the calendar committee for their
Is it
thinking.
possible to be closed on the 30th instead of the 23rd? It shortens Easter holiday by a day. Calendar B.
So therefore making the spring break shorter? Again, these are drafts from the committee who have done their best possible thinking, but ultimately the board is the decision maker on the calendar.
Sorry, I'm not pushing this button. So that we don't interfere with teacher grading the day before, a holiday, and then shorten it by a day on the 30th, moving that day to the November the 3rd, since we don't seem to really have a choice with an election this year. And we certainly, it wouldn't make sense to have school open one more day on a Monday, because again, what's the attendance going to be on that?
Well, then we also had calendar A, right? So we would need to make the adjustment on both calendars, I guess, for us to have that analysis of
We would make,
what makes
again,
sense.
if the board is asking for November 3rd for schools to be closed, then we would make that on both calendars. Or the board could decide this evening if there was a preference in A or B, and then we would just work with that one, or I could bring both back next time.
Personally, my preference is B.
It's totally up to us. Do we want to, board members, would you like to vote now and select A or B to send back to calendar committee? Or would you like to look at both of them again with whatever concession is made around November 3rd?
Oh, wait, can I look at, so the beginning of school for calendar A, the first day is August 17th.
That is the
Teachers.
first day for tenured teachers to
Okay, first day
return.
for students is the 24th, and first day for students on A is the 24th as well. Okay.
Nope.
Oh.
So
So
on
first-
A, 24 is the first day for students, and on B, August 20th is the first day for students.
And when did teachers go back on calendar A? I
So-
mean, calendar B. You showed that for
So if
A, I think, but I don't think we saw that for B.
the days that are green on both calendars at the start of the year are teacher work days. New teachers come back earlier than that. And on B, first-year teachers would report August 3rd. Going back to the negotiated agreement in terms of the number of days they work. And then on calendar A, first-year teachers would come back August 4th.
So to fill in some blanks, some things that the calendar committee talked about with these particular calendars, the way that the calendar falls next year is kind of weird. If you look at just the number of days and where the months start, and it made for a strange kind of conversation. It's not quite as easy as it has been in the past. It has been requested occasionally to start school not on a Monday, so that when you go back, it's a staggered start for everybody. You start with 3 days. It's easier. It sort of eases back in after summertime, which was part of the thinking with the calendar. I get them confused. Calendar B to start, give everybody that ramp in. It also sort of allows for more regular, consistent breaks along the way. And this one has the shorter spring break. The committee and the board both talked about a split week spring break as being preferable, as it's beneficial to students who either facing food insecurity or who really rely on school being their safe place. They're not out for any full week. They will only be gone for one weekend. They have 2 half weeks to receive food and services and love and comfort and everything they get at school. That said, calendar A starts later, has that much longer spring break. In all of the surveys that we have been able to review, staff seems to really prefer a spring break that spans a full week and 2 weekends. So there seems to be a lot of give and take between the two. It's worth mentioning that if we use all our snow days, we run the risk of ending on a Monday in calendar A, for which it sounds like there could potentially be some concessions, but nothing is guaranteed. Here in the state of Maryland, you never know. Something to keep an eye on, especially with those declining attendance rates. So I will say this year's calendar committee was really, truly a team effort. I thought it went very, very well. The conversations were really great. I stand behind both of these drafts. This was a really tough puzzle to put together. Hopefully that fills in some of what the thinking was. Also, the committee was committed to making sure that students had regular breaks throughout the year, students and staff, for whatever reason. So it was requested that the number of days that students and teachers attend are on the bottom, so you can see it is fairly even in both calendars. That was an intentional effort to just make sure that people had those mental health resets.
With calendar A, to add in the November 3rd election day, with the longer spring break, how about moving just a half day on that Friday, the 26th, and then still the full week with the 2 weekends for spring break? And then you also have the day for election day on November 3rd.
The 26th, Good Friday?
That's Good Friday.
Yeah,
It's a
so we
holiday.
can't do that.
Can you say what, on calendar A, we have Martin Luther King Day, and then we had another day, January 22nd off? Is that what I read? What was the thinking
That is-
around that day?
That is a teacher work day. That's their transition day.
If I'm looking at calendar A, I'm thinking that you could remove November 3rd, have that be a day off, and then just move the last day of school to June 9th, which bumps the very last potential day with a snow day to June 15th. That's late, but not like ridiculously late. It seems like it's the easiest kind of switcheroo in there. Any more thoughts? Board, would you like to pick which one you like best and send that back to calendar committee, or would you like calendar committee to look at both of these and then discuss it again and vote between A and B next month?
I'd like to see both calendars modified to include the election day off.
Any other modifications that you would request or request of the calendar committee?
The only thing with adding the day at the end of the school year is that everyone's checked out. I mean, I agree with you. I think that's the best fit, but I hate that, but.
You could, I mean, the clear thing that sticks out to me is to take it from spring break, but you also don't want to bring everybody back in on a Friday.
President Jackson, why don't you have somebody make a motion?
Somebody make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we have both calendar committee revisit both calendars to include election day, and then we revisit this again next month and vote at that time.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr.
very
Ahmad.
much.
I know. Okay, next up we have unfinished business, starting with Centegix Alert System update. Oh, with Ms. Spurry.
Hi. Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board. I'm really excited to provide you with an update of our Centegix Crisis Alert System. I was not a part of the selection process of choosing Centegix or your blessing to go ahead with the purchase, but I do thank you on behalf of all the staff in the school system. Up to this point, Mr. Schaefer and I have visited every school location in the county at ugly hours in the morning to test each system to make sure that they were operational. And all TCPS staff were trained prior to our holiday break so that when we returned from break, that we were ready to implement the system fully. Each staff member was provided with a wearable badge that has the capability of making 2 different alerts. So the first alert that you see is the help needed alert. And that would be if there's an issue within the school where a staff member does not have a means to their normal communication, they could press their button 3 times. It would alert the crisis response team at their school, who will see a live location on their phone or computer of where that staff member is, and they're able to respond to them quickly and give them whatever that they need in the situation. The second type of alert, each staff member has the capability to put our schools on a lockdown, which also sends an immediate alert to Talbot Center, and they will send all first responders to that location. So to differentiate between the 2 alerts, we kept it very simple with staff. With the help needed alert, It's for anything school-based. You have an issue in your classroom you need somebody to respond to and you can't get to your wall phone. If there's a medical emergency and you need help immediately, you would press your button 3 times. The only time that you would press your button 8 times is for the second alert, is for a very unfortunate event such as a school shooting or a visible school weapon. And what we have alerted staff to is it is in a life or death situation where you would press that button 8 times. The staff and admin feedback has been amazing. We've only had this for 2.5 weeks, and we've already had, which I think I cover on the second page, we've had 6 local alerts from 5 different schools in the county, and I created this last week, so I think it's actually up since then. Some examples of alerts where we've seen this really work and be effective. There was a situation at one of our schools where a student had a seizure in the cafeteria. The principal was actually the one who pressed the alert, and he was able to get nursing staff and additional administration there immediately. After debriefing with the principal, he shared that it also was able to assist the nurse because they have to wait so long when a student has a seizure to administer medication. And the nurse was able to look at the timestamp and say, okay, it's been 20 minutes. Now it's time to administer the medication. So it's really had some fantastic benefits. Starting Friday, with Chapel being our first school, we are going to be doing drills at each school through the app so that all of the staff and students can see what it looks like, hear what it sounds like, so that we can start practicing with this crisis alert tool. And our hope is to have quarterly reviews of data, looking at how we're utilizing this. Is it effective? Do we need to change anything to make it more effective for our county? And I've also included some pictures on here. The top picture up here, that's what it looks like when you receive an alert. It'll tell you the location of the school, where it is in the building, whether it's a staff alert or a lockdown, the duration of the alert, and if it's medical, behavioral, whatever it is. The administrative team has the capability of saying within the app what the situation is that's going on, and it alerts other people. Down bottom, this is not any of the schools in our system, but this is what it looks like when you receive an alert. It pops up on your computer or your phone if you're a responder, and it shows you exactly within the school building where that alert is being pressed. And it also shows you the other small dots are assets within the building. So our AEDs, our fire extinguishers, our Stop the Bleed kits are all noted on each school map within our county. And on the right-hand side, it gives you details about the situation. All of the
Sherry, for example, if an alert goes off like that, does the sheriff's office, for example, get the building location as well?
Not on the 3-button alerts. So for our just kind of for our data purposes and to kind of see how it's utilized, Mr. Schaefer, myself, and then the supervisor of our SROs is getting the 3-button alerts. And that's just kind of for us to track how we're utilizing it, to follow up with staff with, could you have used another form of communication? Was this an effective use of the button? Just so we can kind of manage it, just to make sure we're using it the way it's supposed to be used. In the event of an 8-button alert, I have programmed it so that all of the upper management of the sheriff's office receives the 8-button alert so that they will have a live location on their phones as well. And then all of our leadership staff at TCEC also receives the alerts. So that in the event of a true countywide emergency, all of our management staff would be notified.
You mentioned blood kits and the AEDs. Do we have Narcan on hand?
We do have Narcan in each one of our schools. We have it in our nurse's office, and then many of our administrators are also trained to administer Narcan. Mm-hmm. On the right-hand side, the last thing I want to point out is the I Love You Guys protocol that we used for crisis management. That's the same language that we use with the Centegix crisis alert system. So when we do have our drills and when we do have real alerts, it's the same language. So the students and the staff are all comfortable and familiar with what that means in the event of an emergency. And I actually brought a sample badge. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. So I will pass it around. It won't set anything off, just a demo. But if you press it 3 quick times, and what I told staff was it's I need help. When you press it, you'll feel the vibration. That's what the staff member feels. And and then the crisis support teams from each school building will receive the alerts on their phone. You're allowed to press it. By the time it gets to Daddy, we'll have pressed it. And I can take any questions that you all might have. That's a good question. Sure. So in the event of a lockdown, what the students will see in the classroom, you will see in every space that occupies students, and we actually have one in here, to the right of the square, there's like a little globe that's pressed up on the ceiling. So that is a Centegix strobe. So if we were in a lockdown, it would flash red. It would come over the intercom and it would say lockdown, lights off, doors closed. And then every single staff computer that's on the network will experience a takeover. So no matter what they're doing, it'll pop up that we are on a lockdown. The message repeats itself twice on the intercom, and the light will continue to strobe until either a administrator from that school building or somebody from district office closes that alert. For the I need help, the only people that are notified are the people on the response teams at the schools. So in most cases, it is administrators in the buildings, the security, the SROs, nurses. Some of our smaller schools have included their social workers because they don't have a large administrative team to respond. Each school was able to identify who they wanted on their team. All right, well, thank you all very much.
Do we like the Badge Chapel team since you're sitting here?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Spurry. Next up, under unfinished business, we have the sale of laptops to graduating seniors by Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, President Jackson, Dr. Pepakai, members of the board. You have an interest in the sale of laptops to graduating seniors, and you had asked us to do some research as to see if there's any legal obstacles to going forward with this opportunity. So at first I called the State Office of Legislative Auditors. They're the auditors that come in and evaluate us every 5 years. And their response is not to provide any guidance on the matter. They would rather leave it up to the local county and district policy regarding that. So I then reached out to the Talbot County Government Finance Director, Martha Sparks, and she got back to me the next day after talking with President Callahan and the County Manager Clay Stamp. And they have some questions, and they would like to set up a meeting with Dr. Pepakai and Mrs. Jackson at their next monthly meeting to discuss it further.
Just for public clarification, this would be high school students are issued laptops as freshmen. They carry that same laptop through their 4 years in high school. This would be so that they could purchase their laptop when they graduate.
That is correct.
Yeah, just so the public's aware of what we're talking about.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Wilson right now before we get any more information?
I do have a question, and I'm not sure what the answer is, but like the lock that's on the current laptops to like prevent any miscellaneous stuff being happening, would that still be on the laptop, or I assume it will be removed?
We would remove everything and just put on the operating system.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next up, we have first reader, very first, of the FY27 budget with Mrs. Jones.
Good evening. Good evening. I didn't get it down to 3 slides, but I did get it down to 9 counting this one, so I hope that's okay. So we had a very robust discussion Monday night at our work session, went into a fair amount of depth into the budget. So we're just going to do a quick synopsis of that tonight. We are at January 14th, and sometime next week I expect to get our preliminary state aid revenue projections from the state, and that will hopefully confirm that our estimates are pretty close, but usually there's a little bit of tweaking that'll happen to our budget as a result of that, and I'll reflect that in our next time we meet, which will be on February 9th, and I'll be updating the revenue at that time. So on February 9th, we will be meeting with a work session again on the budget, and we will be having a public budget hearing. I think our budget is just about ready to be posted on our website, and I think there will be a mechanism on our website for public comment as well. And then it goes on and on from there. We'll get it submitted to the county council in February after you pass it at the February 11th board meeting, some version. Okay, so in summary, we've prepared, I should say, a budget at $90.9 million, which is the column second from the right. This is the budget as organized by the categories we're required to use through the Maryland State Department of Education reporting manual. And every category went up to some extent, with the exception of the very bottom category of capital outlay, which went down by $475,000. Rather than summarize the reasons at a category level here, I'm going to talk about the overarching reasons on the next slide that our budget has increased. So first and foremost, salary increases. We negotiated last year with both of our organized units to provide salary increases of a step and a COLA, and that was especially for the certified staff to get them to that $60,000 mandated starting salary. So that gives us a salary increase of over $2 million. We have 11 additional positions that we've placed in the budget outside of community schools, and I have a slide on those additional positions in a minute. And then health insurance is a big increase because we're anticipating about a 7% increase in our health insurance cost, and that's much higher than we've seen in the past. In the past, it's been as high as 5%, I'd say, but some years it's been much lower. So based on what we're being told by our consultants, and we'll continue to work with them, we're currently at a 7% projected increase. Other fixed charges, which are really our benefits, payroll taxes, and pension cost, are going up, both because they are tied to salary and also because the pension cost are, the rates are increasing because the state is pushing more of those costs to the local governments, and they're picking up less cost to make their balance budget. And then under community schools, as we talked about Monday night, the funding we get there is restricted to the 5 community schools that we have. It has to be 100% spent at those schools. And so as we get increased funding, we're increasing our spending, but it is fully funded, if you will. So we put 3 community school positions in there. As part of that increase, we have some other contracted services, materials of instruction, and then we did actually have a slight decrease in our engagement and meetings with families as the new community school coordinators have come on board and have had more input in their budgets. Under technology and equipment, we have a bit of a savings in materials of instruction because, as you'll remember, we had some big curriculum adoptions over the last couple years, and so we don't have anything really big on the horizon next year. Student devices and hardware, however, are going up by close to $800,000, and that is 2 things. Just in general, our technology budget has increased over the years. For many years, we benefited from the ESSER funding that was picking up a very significant portion of our technology budgets. and we don't have that funding anymore. So that's happening there. Also, our 26 budget is a little bit artificially decreased. It's a little bit low because we bought some of the 26 technology at the very end of 25. So it's one of those, we're not really adding numbers of devices or anything like that. It's more that it's a prepayment issue with the 26 budget. And finally, the other thing affecting that big increase is that we have scheduled replacement of switches and access points in some of our bigger campuses, Easton High School, the entire St. Michael's campus in this building, and that happens on a rotation, and it just happens that we have some, a lot of that going on in next year's cycle. That has been reduced, and we are using grant funding for some of it. So it's only reflecting the piece that's not covered by grant funding. Software, same thing. In the past, we've used a lot of grant funding to cover that, and we don't have that available anymore. The equipment and security monitoring for the Centegic system is going down because it will not be, this is the year of implementation where we paid for equipment. We don't have those costs next year. And bus leases are going up, similar situation where the FY26 budget is sort of artificially low in that we prepaid some of our lease payments that would have been due this year at the end of last year to make this year's budget balance. It does involve one new bus for next year. And finally, our nursing contracted services, we have a few contracts with nurses for some of our special ed students that require medical support, and those contracts, I did not budget enough for those this year, and so this is truing that up to what we've been experiencing in the last couple of years. And we did include about $1.3 million in savings potentially from vacancies. So that's decreasing our salary numbers. So to make those more realistic. The 11 positions we've requested, some are repeats from last year, some are new. We'll be getting to you some answers to your questions. One of the questions had to do with what about those positions from last year that were not able to carry forward into this year's budget, and we'll address that in a minute. But some of these are repeats, and basically we looked at all of the needs of the county, and we determined these were our 11 highest needs. 2 of them are our current positions. We have people in those positions doing the work, but they're in grants that are not expected to continue, and the other 9 are new positions. So we've got an elementary teacher, a high school English teacher, a special ed teacher, instructional assistant spread out across 2 different elementary schools, and some of that is to continue the expansion of MCIE, and payroll. We only have 1 payroll person in our local budget for over 700 employees. The MBC coordinator position is currently a grant-funded position. An instructional technology coordinator, and technology is delivered, instruction is delivered through technology. The board has requested a more robust or the development of an AI policy. And so this is sort of a training, working with all of our teachers on all of those technology positions. And you have some detailed justifications or rationales for our request, and some data behind that that we passed out Monday night for your review. And finally, we've really feel we have a need in our student services department to address the needs of our students, particularly with our students that are homeless or are experiencing questions about where their homing situation is, but there's a lot for that person to do. So the $90.9 million, where would that come from? In the column second from the right is our projected revenue by state aid program. Again, those are the numbers that we're waiting on from MSDE. We should get sometime next week. And at that point, I'll know the exact breakout between how much is expected to be provided from the state and how much is expected to be coming from Talbot County government. We do basically have a delta on the second to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about the fifth from bottom line that says other local appropriation, $9.6 million. That is the delta between what's mandated and what, because there are formulas and most of our revenue is sort of driven and required. So that's the delta between the budget we've proposed and the mandated revenue. So that would be our additional ask to the county council. Just want to put this in light. The 90.9 million on the top row, second from the right, is combined with our all of our grant funding, and that has been decreasing in recent years. It decreased pretty sharply in 2025 with the expiration of all the ESSER funding we got, but we're still continuing to see some decreases there. So that's part of the reason that our request to the county council will be higher. Our overall budget, including grant funding, is $99.4 million. This is our capital projects. This is a long view that Mr. Schaefer's prepared. We'll focus on the top two lines, which is the request for 2027, and that would be for replacement of the Easton Middle School roof that has reached its end of life, and just some repair work here at the Talbot County Education Center. I don't think we've done any work here at this building since we've moved in.
We talked on Monday night about potentially including metal detectors for the high schools. I know you probably haven't had a chance to look into the cost of that, but I know at least a couple of us would be very interested in having metal detectors at our high schools. And that would also help with the event that Mr. Stepp spoke about, somebody being accused of a weapon at a high school event. If they're going through a metal detector, they're going to be caught with that right away.
Right. I think just as I'm wrapping this up, then we're going to get into the answers that we have for you. So I'm not sure if that's one of the ones we, divvied them up. So I'm not sure if that's one we have an answer for. And I'm also not positive that's a capital project. It kind of depends. If it's a portable metal detector, is that equipment versus a capital project? So I'm not sure where something like that would fit, to be determined. So that's really what I have to recap our discussion from Monday night. Happy to entertain questions. And then, as I said, when we're done with that part, then Dr. Pepkai is going to walk through. We're all going to kind of jump in and answer some of the other questions we heard Monday night.
I come back to this particular thing every year, and that is our fixed charges and our health insurance, things that are completely out of our control, which looks like it adds up to around 3.5 million this year, which just always grinds my gears. With the new funding formulas and the way that we are being funded, are those costs covered anywhere? Like, that's not in foundation, or that,
No, and it's a common theme among, districts that any per pupil amount increase, which, some years are increases, they quickly get eaten up if not don't keep up with increases in fixed charges. And even things like this is what grinds my gears. We get funding for the National Board Certified Teachers, who we celebrated tonight, and that's somewhere on here. I don't know. Right in the middle. Okay, you guys see it? I don't. 266,000 is our expected revenue. But what they don't give us is the 7.65% of FICA that we're going to be paying. And it's, it's just one more thing. So that's my little
Well, I think it's really, really good that a member of county council is still here paying attention to this. I saw that. That's great. But it's really those. I mean, like, the rest of it is really important, and we will talk about that in the coming months about why we need all of these other things. But these charges that have that are completely out of our control. They go up every year. That's just if we are not funded to cover them, it essentially is a cut for everything else, and a cut to anything that we had this year. We have to, and it's a deep one, to make up 7% health insurance.
That's an excellent point.
On Monday, I had some questions around summer school because the staff amount for summer school seemed rather low. I don't know if are we going to circle back to that? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, any questions for Monday night, we'll adjust in just a second. Just
Included in that Monday night discussion, we have talked multiple times, correct me, Mrs. Bridges, about having a grants writer who would essentially pay for themselves. No, I mean, that would be an added employee, but if they're working on grants.
We can certainly put a grant writer in. What the history there is, around 2020, 2021, we had a grant writer position in the budget. We could not hire that position. We couldn't find someone who wanted to do that. We toyed around with just contracting with someone because I think the challenge we felt was to write a grant specific to education. You really have to understand K-12 education, and then and we just weren't seeing applicants. And then we had that same struggle in trying to identify a contracted person. Not to say that person's not out there now, today, tomorrow, next week, but I think that has been our challenge. So, I mean, we could certainly add that position in.
I think we should probably move to the answers to Monday questions.
Sure.
And then maybe some more questions will be, created out of that.
So I'll sit down. You're going to handle from over there.
Yep. So I just want to thank my team after Monday night, spent the last 48 hours finding majority of the answers to the questions. It was about 22 questions. So thank you for those questions and really looking at what we presented on Monday and thought about things that you wanted the answers for. So my team went to work and found answers for all but 3, and we're going to still circle back to those 3 because those are going to take a little bit more time. But what you have in your view are at least those questions that we captured of what was asked, and then a member of my team will jump in to answer this particular related topic. So we'll start off with the gifted and talented population question.
Thank you. I wanted to confirm what I mentioned on Monday when asked about this, to go back to the team. And the 463 students who are identified as gifted and talented represent grades 3 through 12. Once a student is identified as gifted and talented, that designation remains with them throughout their school career in Talbot County. So it's grades 3 through 12.
And then as we're answering, if you have any follow-up questions, just jump in.
Well, I have a question with that. So what happens in grades 9 through 12 with GT? There isn't anything, correct?
So we do begin accelerating mathematics courses in middle school, which continue as students progress throughout high school. So students can begin to take a accelerated math class in 7th grade, Algebra 1, and then continue to move through the math sequence when the remainder of students take Algebra 1 in 9th grade. So we begin to accelerate in mathematics.
But that's a different subset group. That's not the GT program. So the funds wouldn't go to that. You could be in GT and not or you could be in accelerated math and not in GT.
That is correct. But we do see a correlation between students who are in GT and acceleration in mathematics.
I guess I'm asking, so are there funds for, I guess I'm saying it stops in 8th grade. So are there funds for future GT classes, honors classes? How can we propose those?
So you're saying dedicated programming, GT programming in high school.
Yes.
And that's one of the areas that we're still looking at how that could be possible for honors in the AP, which was one of the topics that we're still digging into that one.
Somebody mentioned to me within the past year that students who are identified as GT actually end up having access to dual enrollment classes after 8th grade as opposed to everybody else who can't start until 11th grade. Is that accurate? And if that is accurate, are we paying for that, which might be some of that money giving sort of that space?
Yes, that is true. That is a component of the blueprint. So we do have GT students who begin accessing dual enrollment as 9th graders. And we do pay for that as part of our dual enrollment process.
I think it would be really great if that was more widely advertised, especially to parents of students in GT classes. Speaking from that perspective, I hadn't heard about it from that range. I heard, through the rumor mill. So just to put that out there.
So a freshman could take English 101 at Chesapeake, is that what you're saying?
Not in English 101 because they have to progress through the English progression. That English 101 usually is the credit that is their English 12 credit in that progression, but they can begin to take other courses at Chesapeake College.
So where are we in the honors piece for 8th grade, 9th grade, all classes?
So again, that's a piece that we are still working on, and we are coming forth with the program of study at the February board meeting, where we'll be prepared to speak to that more deeply.
Okay, so AP boot camp came up as well as one of the questions.
So we have had AP boot camp previously as part of our summer school programming. It was a 4-day program. Last summer, as we were looking at moving towards our flex block, we had 3 teachers who had worked in the AP boot camp develop a program that we could begin to implement in the flex block. The thinking behind that was to ensure greater access for all students moving into AP courses, having some of that programming during the school day. So we have started that this year. We know with our flex block that there is still areas where we continue to reflect and grow on that process, but we see what had traditionally been AP boot camp being part of the flex block moving forward.
Next is summer school budget, and just anecdotally, last year I got feedback from some of the administrator who ran the summer school and teachers. I know Dr. Einhorn's going to speak more to this, but what the surveys they saw was summer school started off strong for students, but what they were discouraged with was the attendance started to drop off maybe after week 1, where students were not coming. So that's something we're just kind of keeping to see how we can remedy that and not have that be repeated this summer. But Dr. Einhorn can speak to just budgetary and what that looks like.
So you said that summer school students not showing up,
Yes.
right? So isn't it mandatory if that they have to go to summer school if they're not passing?
No.
Can we change that?
Making it mandatory?
I mean, for students that aren't, on grade level, is there a way we can incorporate the incorporate summer school for them? I mean, I think
I don't know. I would have to research, I guess, models of a mandatory summer school requirement. I know years ago.
Well, they don't pass to the next grade. Maybe they'll come if they know they're going to repeat the grade.
Yeah, but that is at a state level discussion. I know.
I know the board had interest in having greater detail regarding what we were planning for summer school this year. So we have looked at particularly the reading data because we're focusing on the board's goal. So we began by looking at our K2 data in literacy and focusing in on those students who are currently not making the progress we would expect to see them making. So our students, when we talk about DIBELS, who are in the red. And with that number, we also took a look at our ML students and special education students, particularly at the elementary level. In our summer school program, we are anticipating being able to host 200 elementary students. in our summer school program this year. Our first criteria will be first looking at K-2 literacy, but then expanding beyond that for special ed and multilingual in elementary school. In middle school, traditionally, the number of students participating in summer school has been relatively low. We've been tracking those numbers over the year. But what we have seen is a significant increase in middle school students participating in the SCEP program, which I know you've heard about. Gives students the opportunity to engage in more hands-on learning in areas around our career and technical programs. And really the idea for middle school is to get them interested in a field so that they are interested more so in their total education. So we've seen a significant increase in the number of middle school students who are participating in that, and it's far outpaced the programming we've had. We have, however, built in opportunity for middle school students in math and English language arts who will need summer school this year. We're just not sure how many students that is, but it is part of the programming that we've built out. We are continuing our credit recovery program for high school, which is approved by the Maryland State Department of Education. So we are anticipating anywhere from 200 to 250 students in our summer school this program as we have built it out in the budget this year.
Now, I know one question that came up, I know Ms. Jurius, you were saying, so I think it was 49,000 in our summer school currently. That is an additional over what we currently spend, which I believe is, and we can get that amount, so you.
That's
so you
correct.
Can
I'm going to revisit my math on that. You know, it's in there, and I think I did, X minus Y correctly, but I'll double check.
Because I want to be able to give you how much it's going to cost for those 200 you heard, the teachers, staff, all of that.
Yeah, that's great, because I know last year we got kind of close to the summer and we landed up having to cancel some of the programming, and I know there was a lot of concern about that.
Yeah.
Both from teachers who thought that's what they were going to be doing in the summer to all of the students who were, seen as falling behind.
Yeah.
And what was going to happen for them. So just wanting to be sure that we have enough in the budget to be able to provide that this summer. How long does the summer school program last?
It's usually 5 weeks.
So summer school
5 weeks
is a total
usually.
of 19 days, and they're half days. And if I could just skip over the Easton High School Library, I will come back to that, because tutoring kind of goes into some of our thinking about summer school programming. We know from research that's been done nationally, but also here locally for our students, that tutoring has a much larger effect size on student academic outcomes than traditional summer school programming does. And the research is suggesting that tutoring produces roughly 3 to 4 times the academic impact that a traditional summer school program does, because students are receiving the tutoring as they are progressing through the school year. So the intervention is happening in real time and not afterwards. We also know for us, as Dr. Pepikai referenced, our student attendance is not consistent throughout the summer school program. So if we have 19 days, students may not have access to the intervention for 19 days because family vacations, whatever comes up for the family. Whereas when they're in school, and we do have good elementary school attendance, our tutors have been able to work with our interventionist coaches like Ms. Beveridge to provide research-based intervention to students in real time. And that's where we're seeing the impact. So the board had asked about our tutoring, and I apologize for looking at my notes because there were a lot of things to report on here. But we currently have 10 tutors in the county who are serving roughly 220 elementary school students through high dosage tutoring, which means they're working with students in small groups. They're meeting with them multiple times during the week, and they're following a program to provide that intervention to students. So we, in our budget, we're trying to think and to be fiscally responsible. Where are we getting the most impact on academic outcomes for students? And that really is in the tutoring component, which is why you see a large line item for elementary school tutoring.
And I think that in Monday, it was a request to increase that number. But you heard who we have now, how many students they're serving. And if you recall, a gentleman gave public comment and was noting some of the systems that were turning around achievement, and it was through tutoring. A lot of those articles that I followed up with, you hear about tutoring more than you do summer school programming.
I do think that's really important, and I think that even now we are still seeing the effects of COVID and students behind from that time. So I think that tutoring component is very important. Thank you for that.
And since parents can refuse summer school, I think we need to invest in those tutors.
Would it be better to cancel summer school and invest that money in more tutoring in real time?
Well, again, we're going by our data, which is showing that the tutoring has the greater impact. And I think that was really our decision-making last year, which maybe we didn't communicate well.
Yeah.
That given choices in the budget, the tutoring is having the larger impact.
So something for the board to consider.
Returning to the Easton High School Library, the question I believe Ms. O'Connor raised was about the media center being unavailable to students throughout the course of the day. Easton High School does have a certified media specialist in the building. This year, she has in first semester been teaching 3 courses. So you are not incorrect. She was not available to students during that time. She was teaching courses because there was a need for additional elective type courses for students during the day. You will see in our budget request that we have in the justification requested an English teacher who would fill those courses so that the media specialist would not need to do that in the future, and also be able to provide some interventions for high school students. I will say that second semester, the media specialist is only teaching 1 class, so the impact will be less. I agree with you, Ms. O'Connor. It's not ideal, but in order to ensure all students were in meaningful coursework, we did utilize her this year for a course for students. But we are trying to rectify that in the fiscal year 27 budget with the additional teacher request.
Thank you. I'm thinking of the library being open for students, and now I'm just wondering, well, they don't even have study halls anymore. So do students even go in and utilize the library? I do remember hearing something about the library being closed, and it was kind of not optimal.
Obviously, we do want the media center open to our students, and while they don't have study hall, they are in there for meaningful coursework. Teachers bringing their classrooms in, working with the media specialist to plan lessons for students. So we certainly want to be able to have that in place. But I did also want to address that second semester, it's 1 period.
So next we have K2 literacy. And I think the question just around the impact and the funding correlation.
So for K-2 literacy, the question also related to what in our fiscal year 27 budget request was addressing the board's goal of K-2 literacy. So I again want to reference the line item that we have for K-2 tutors. We feel that's imperative to keep in the budget moving forward. There is also a line in there for decodable text for K-2 students. These are basically texts where students can practice their reading skills so that they are becoming more proficient and fluent in their reading. So we do have a request in there under materials of instruction for those texts for our K-2 students. And we do also have a request in our contract service line to continue with the DIBELS assessment, which we use for students K-3, to identify who's at risk. And I think you heard Ms. Beveridge and Dr. Klaus speak to that tonight. So those are direct requests that are related to improving literacy. That does not speak to the staffing requests that are also associated with that. So again, just because she's here, the incredible value of positions and expertise that's Ms. Beveridge and her colleagues in other schools who serve that same role bring to our schools in improving outcomes for students. And I think tonight you just heard a little bit about that. So I would say our reading teachers and reading coaches are also an expense within our budget that helps support that. In addition, our kindergarten instructional assistants allow our teachers with students at the youngest age to continue to have more direct instruction by having that additional support in the classroom.
And there's nothing that says we have to have kindergarten instructional assistants, correct?
So pre-K, we are required in pre-K to have instructional assistants. We have prioritized that for kindergarten because we know how important foundational learning is for students. So those instructional assistants, particularly in our, I think in some of our schools where we have students coming to school who are not yet multilingual, they're still learning English. We have lots of supports, additional supports when we have those instructional assistants in there.
Okay, both will bundle together, special ed, post-grad, but also all students post-grad, what we were talking about actually yesterday, and then the budget aspect.
So Ms. Menches was not able to be here tonight, but she did give me some responses in terms of the post-graduation component. She shared that the Maryland State Department of Education does conduct a post-graduation survey, and it reports, on the percent of youth who are no longer in secondary schools, had IEPs in effect at the time that they left school. And what they're looking at is to see if they're enrolled in higher education and employed or employed at the same time, and enrolled in higher education where they're getting training for job skills. So there is an MSDE survey that gets reported to us with that data. And then in terms of the I apologize, the special ed budget, I think there was a question about staffing and whether MCIE and MSDE were giving us feedback on our staffing. And Ms. Menches indicated that with MCIE, they help us work on a process for scheduling students. They do not tell us how to staff. They give us the process to look at how we have natural proportions of special education students in our classrooms, and then the staff with that process then determines the staffing from that. And I think that's where you saw the additional requests for instructional assistance for special education. That was to assist with that process.
And explain that more. What does that mean? What do you, this? Yeah, can you just explain what you would? This I'm not hearing.
Sure. So the Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Education, whom we're partnered with, to look at how we ensure that we are placing students in the least restrictive environment, especially at the youngest ages. They work with us on looking at how we look at our student populations, like at a grade level, and then determine best how we schedule all of our students so that they have access to grade level instruction or peers throughout the course of the day. They don't tell us you need to hire 4 more instructional assistants. When we go through the process that they share with us, then we are able to see what additional staffing we need. So the question was, do they tell us about staffing? They don't tell us about staffing. They They give us best practices on how to schedule students, and then we determine the staffing.
Special ed teachers able to weigh in on this as well, like which students would be best suited in the less restricted environment and which ones need to be in the more restricted environment?
Yeah, it's a team process at the school level. And again, as with everything, the first time we do something, we learn from that. So as we're moving forward, we are making improvements in that scheduling process to make sure that there are more voices in that conversation.
I just want to make sure MCIE isn't saying you need this many. Like, are they demanding? Okay.
No, and coincidentally, we just had a meeting today. So we have a district level committee, and then the school has their school level. And so it was a really good conversation about those practices. And they're definitely not telling us, they're sharing best practices, but we are taking that and applying it to what we have here, as well as not just elementary conversations. So this morning, we actually talked about secondary school and what this can look like for our students who are not successful in the secondary realm with having services needed and what the staffing looks like in a secondary level.
I'd just like to raise some concern. I know, speaking with secondary teachers, they don't have enough, what do you call them? Co-teachers, I guess, in the classes. And they've been told coming down the pike there are going to be more special ed in the gen ed classes. And then some of these classes, it's going to be almost flipped, like a 50 or a half and half general ed, special ed, and then it doesn't become a general ed class. And then this, the frustration was, how am I supposed to teach English, this book that we're reading, that with kids on the 9th grade level, and then you have some kids that are on a 1st grade level. So my question was, why are they in 9th grade on a 1st grade level? Then we have that whole issue. So that's my one concern there.
Yeah, and that's exactly the conversations we're having. I think that coupled with our special ed committee, where that is a forum for those, those different testimonials can come out of the school, so we could bring it to the table and talk about how we can work with that. We bundled them kind of by, departments. That all falls under teaching and learning. We're now going to move into our operational and some of our other questions that you came up, starting with our sports fields.
Thank you, Dr. Pepperkai. Good evening, members of the board. So yes, I do have the next handful of topics. Before I jump into that, though, I just want to very quickly, because I know it's getting late, very quickly recognize and thank Dr. Clow and her staff. They did a great presentation, obviously, on the instructional side of things, and with the added challenge of a renovation addition, their work is much harder, so I appreciate their patience. And also to Ms. Spurry for her help, very, very significant help in the implementation of the Centegic program. She's been hugely beneficial, and I appreciate her very much. So, sports fields. Please help me understand the questions. I know I was not here on Monday, but if I'm missing the mark, let me know. But basically, the way that I understood the sports field question was just ensuring that there is continued funding to maintain the fields, and the answer to that question would be yes. In FY27 in operations, we do continue to have funding that includes the enhanced field maintenance that we've been performing this past year. So I'm just going to run down these topics. Yep. So Easton Middle School roof. So the board may recall back in October, the FY27 capital improvement plan was presented to the board and approved. That included the Easton Middle School roof replacement. That also was approved by the county council in that same month. The current status is it's currently under review by the Department of General Services. It has received an A rating, which is a first priority by the state public school construction program. So they basically have mapped out the funding to allow for that to go through. So barring no changes from the council and their funding apparatus, then we would be moving forward with that this summer. The project would be bid out around the 1st of March. So that's where that stands. Easton High School auditorium seats. So I know that there has been a request from the board to consider including that in capital projects. And I just want the board to know that my process for the inclusion of projects in that capital projects list centers mostly around a few things. One, the state does weigh in through their maintenance effectiveness assessment process and facility condition indexing process. So they rank things, different components of the building. And so we use that as a primary driver because obviously I know that if they're ranking something very low, that they're more likely to fund that. Then the other piece just locally is whether there's a safety issue with equipment, whether there is a direct impact on classroom instruction, that type of thing. So obviously HVAC equipment, roof replacements, et cetera, they directly impact the school environment, and so those are the priorities. With that said, I have priced out the auditorium seat replacement. That would be a fairly expensive venture. So just to be 100% transparent, we're looking at approximately $400,000 for the demo, replacement of the seat equipment, and install. That does not include the aspects of the project that would, the unintended consequences of doing a project like that would be flooring replacement, because when we demo that, the anchors for the existing seats won't line up exactly, so they have to be removed. That means flooring replacement, so I'm guessing that this is probably.
So in other words, you're saying we should rebuild the auditorium, Mr. Stepp. I'm sorry, Mr. Schaefer.
So what I am saying, and I'll get to the point here, is I listen to what the board says. So you're the final deciders of what's included in the budget. I have a hard number of what that would cost. What I am saying though is it's more of an aesthetic thing, than it is to a safety issue or something like that. The seats in the auditorium are functional. They're able to be repaired. I know they're not the most comfortable, Ms. Jackson. I know that's been a significant. Okay, yeah. So you're up.
Along with that, I had an interesting experience with my own child being in a wheelchair. Not something I've experienced before. And I had the opportunity to take him to an event at Easton High School where I noticed there was nowhere for a wheelchair to sit in the auditorium other than one specific spot in the front, which was cordoned off for students who were participating in the event that day. And it got me thinking about wheelchair access to the auditorium in general, and it's kind of terrible. All of the doors that were off a ramp were locked, and there was nowhere for my child to sit, so I ended up leaving the wheelchair in the aisle, which presented a safety hazard. And so as I'm thinking about the auditorium seats, it leads me to wonder how disability-friendly our auditorium is to begin with, and while this may not be an immediate, obvious safety concern, it seems to me that it actually is.
That building's archaic. It is time for replacement.
So I 100% agree, and I agree that there are challenges. So buildings, school buildings are built at a specific time. They meet those accessibility requirements at that time. They're grandfathered in. And so obviously the next time that there'd be a significant renovation, we'd have to meet the current code. But as for right now, the standards in which it was built are the ones that we have to live with. So, but I do hear you, and it is definitely, I think there's a total of 4 designated areas for accessibility challenged visitors to the auditorium. So I hear you completely. I guess what I'm saying is Easton High School auditorium seating is something that, in my opinion, could wait till renovation. I know that's some time. But ultimately, the chairs in the auditorium are what we're talking about, not the layout. We're talking about replacing it as it is. So the space that we're dealing with is the same. The replacement chairs are almost the exact same configuration. Could we remove some and have more handicap seating? Of course, we could do that. Once again, we're looking at, I'm ballparking it here, $500,000. So is that something that rises to the level of something that I would normally include? It does not, so that's why it didn't get included, but it can. So I
Do
will
you
take
happen
guidance.
to know when they were last, I know we replace them as needed if they break or whatever, but do you know when they were last replaced as a whole?
So I do think that they date back to the last renovation of '97. So they're approaching 30 years.
Remind me, where is Easton High School, like, itself in the replacement line? Like, what year are we looking at that?
So
It was 2032, I think.
yeah, and so, and just to be clear, that is a rosy, projection. And that's if, obviously, I mean, we're talking about $110, $120 million project. So that is that's a 60 million plus ask for the locals, for the county council to fund. It's expensive. It's a big project. So that's something that we're going to have to, tackle as we go. Now, once again, I know that it's getting late and I don't want to stay too long on this topic, but ultimately I'm willing to take guidance from the board on this. If we want to include it in the capital projects, we certainly can, and that's something that the council can consider. So.
It would be a shame, having gone through the process with Chapel, the whole ed spec and all of that, to replace large parts of the auditorium or to do an auditorium refresh to then just rebuild the school completely in 2035, which I think is when construction would start. So that would be a shame. That said, if we replaced the seats, they would be movable or usable to wherever they would eventually go.
Yeah.
Because I would be thinking, the more we're talking about this, the more I'm sitting mentally in Easton Auditorium and thinking it really needs a refresh. Like there are big cracks in the walls. We have replaced the major systems, but it still is very dated. It reminds me of my own high school auditorium, and that was more than a minute ago. It definitely needs some love.
Agreed. Once again, I fully agree. It's prioritizing funding. That's really what we're looking at. We good on that topic? So the topic of turf fields, this really comes to the issue of the county council allocated field improvements funds, which as of right now, there's $116,679 available to us. I did include in the spreadsheet, I don't know if you have access to it or not, but there is the actual bill with the language in there, and it's limited to field renovation, significant projects related to field improvements. So I do have, working with Ms. Hoffman, we do have some ideas on what that could look like, and some of those ideas include and I think you actually talked about it, Ms. Jackson, at the work session, because I did listen to that briefly. But we could look at sprigging fields, which is basically just planting a bunch of baby Bermuda grass as a field renovation in an effort to improve the overall field health. That is an expensive process. We also at the St. Michael's campus, we have the field hockey practice field, which is we did spend some money to make better and make playable. Practicable, if that's a word, but it does need irrigation. So we could put an irrigation system in that field, which would improve it significantly. That is pretty much, we're looking at about $100,000 there for that kind of work to be done. So, anyways, we do have ways to take care of that money. I know it's under a time constraint, so. As we move towards those things, of course, it'll require board approval, so you'll be kept abreast of that. Water in the cafeteria. I learned this was an Easton Middle School concern. There are water fountains with bottle fillers in the cafeteria, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on there with that complaint. I mean, that's filtered water with those bottle fillers, so I will check on that and make sure that filters are changed and that type of thing.
And they do sell water in the cafeteria. We checked with Sodexo, so they do sell bottled water.
There are also a lot of rules around even offering water to kids. You have to make milk the priority. It can't be, you have to place like water in the line beyond the milk, so they pass the milk first. But there is lactose-free milk and there is soy milk available for kids with allergies.
So, are we good on the water topic?
Okay.
All right. Security. So I know, Ms. Dodson, you mentioned the metal detector issue, and so just kind of talk about very quickly history of that, previous boards, and I think Ms. Jackson was part of those previous boards, but we opted not to move forward with a metal detector process, system, because it was penitentiary-like. It adds a lot of complication to entry to the school building, and it was just not something that we were interested in doing at that time, or the board was interested in doing at that time. With that said, there have been technological advances, that have improved that have improved the ability for school systems to implement a weapons detection system that is less cumbersome. Now, with that said, I did include and I don't know if you can see it, but coincidentally, the state, Maryland Center for School Safety, did just complete a weapons detection, an interim report on weapons detection systems in the state of Maryland, and it's a 2-year study that they're doing, so it's the end of the first year. And in that report, which you have access to, and if you don't, I will make sure that that's given to you, it basically breaks down all of the data that was discussed at the work session. And I just want to highlight a couple of things very quickly. So in the state, this is not on the shore, but in the state, we have, there are 14 school systems that use some version of a handheld metal detector, a wand. They do not use that for daily entry. It's too cumbersome. It's impossible for that to work, especially in larger schools. There are 6 systems out of 24 that use a walkthrough weapons detection system. Of those 6, there's 3 that use that use them for daily entry for students. So
Dorchester does.
Yeah, so that is not Dorchester though. So that is 3 systems in the county that use weapons detection for their daily entry. There's another 3 systems that use weapons detection with AI integrated in their weapons detection systems, and Dorchester is one of those. So I'm going to focus on that just very quickly. So that system is an integrated system, and we're in a Avigilon school system, and I say Avigilon meaning our camera systems are Avigilon cameras. And so the system that Dorchester uses and what we would probably consider using would be something that integrates with what we already have. But what was prohibitive back when the board originally discussed this and is still prohibitive today is cost. So we're looking at about $100,000 per unit, and that's a unit is a lane of traffic. And so at Easton High School, you're probably looking at 4 lanes. At St. Michael's, you're probably looking at 2 lanes for entry. So you're looking at about a $600,000 upfront commitment for equipment. Beyond that, there's, of course, software costs and annual fees and that type of thing that are roughly $25,000 to $35,000. So that's an annual commitment beyond the equipment expense. What I would suggest to the board is we allow the state, which is going through this, Maryland Center for School Safety is going through this process of studying these weapons detection systems and best practices. And please look at the report when you have a chance. They will conclude that report next year, and they will be making kind of some recommendations on best practices. I do think that would be beneficial for us as a smaller system to wait for. But
What about the cost of portable walkthrough detectors to be used at the athletic events?
yeah, same cost. So basically, they, like Dorchester, they use their same, it is a mobile system now. It's a very sensitive system, and so moving them is not good for them. And so they have incurred some pretty significant costs from damage that happens unintended, from moving them from school building entrances to the sports fields. So that is something that we would have to consider, you know, how that would work, whether we wanted to have a dedicated system for the stadium so it wasn't something that had to be moved back and forth. And also, just very quickly on the sports, on the stadium issue, we have been in communications, and Ms. Spurry, please help me on this, but we have been in communications with the sheriff's office on implementing that, should that need to happen, and maybe target certain games where we would include that. And that would include the handheld wanding of visitors. It would have a cost, you know, obviously increased officers to do that, because that would not be school staff that would be doing that. But that is a plan that's in process. Is that a fair summary? Okay.
Could you please bring us a cost back about that, the handheld wanding, what that would cost for every game or per game, just for sake of ease of use, and also how much it would cost to put in a semi-permanent walk-through one. I'm thinking, you know, mentally about how far it is to get it there. It makes sense to store it there. And I am assuming we're only talking about the stadium at Easton High School, since we don't have a stadium to access at St. Michael's, correct?
We don't have, so there, with the
Field, but there's not a stadium.
So we do have, it is somewhat confined there now. So we technically could have a detection system at St. Michael's as well, because it used to not be confined. It was kind of open-ended on the baseball side, but now everything with the Y there is kind of contained. So we could have an entry port that we would.
I'm not trying to pit the two schools against each other, but do we have, I have not yet heard of the same type of complaint or concern at St. Michael's as we do at Easton. Volume of crowd too, I think it really matters.
That's what I would lean on. So that's security. We're good on that. And then bus opt-in. I think the questions surrounded any financial impact or related to the opt-in, and there is no detectable budgetary impact for the opt-in process, but it certainly had other benefits, you know, that we've talked about before, and we can go through that if we want to, or we good? Okay, very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. The next one is just the salary study, and just wanted to confirm that is being conducted this year. So we are doing a salary study currently right now. So I just wanted to confirm that. And then the last one is technology, and that question was around the cost for our iPads and the cords and the equipment that goes with that. And I do have that. That is at the tune of $693, $693,735. And what that, I have the spreadsheet actually right here. And that's for iPads, students grades 2 and 6, laptop students grade 9, all staff, Windows laptops, and we can get you the spreadsheet, laptop chargers and iPad chargers. So all of that combined total, $693,000. You might as well say $694,000, round up.
That includes for all the staff's equipment as well.
Correct, staff, yes. So, and we can get you this spreadsheet.
Thank you. Can I ask, we talked also on Monday about having certified staff for the alternate program, Checkmate N.
That's something that we can still get to you, that one, and then as well as Edmentum data, which I think we can roll around in our February, because that's going to be our mid-year data dig point and all data points. So we'll wrap that in with that, as well as the subgroup data I know Ms. Strawberry had asked about. And then February, Dr. Einhorn did talk about the programming, which would cover honors and AP classes. So I just wanted to make sure that that's still on our list.
I just want to say thank you for all of the care and attention to noting all of those questions and getting all of those answers that everyone collaborated on in such a short period of time. Really appreciate that.
Did any stone get left unturned right now? Okay. Thank you. Yes, I echo that. Thank you, everybody. We're going to move on from budget now, and my iPad fell asleep during all of that. We're moving on to personnel report with Dr. Horsey.
Good evening. I would like to ask that the personnel report be approved as presented in closed session.
I make a motion to approve budget personnel report as presented in closed session.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, then monthly budget report with Mrs. Jones.
Before she goes, I just want to raise, I know Tyler said he had a final to study for, so I just wanted to be mindful of our students taking in the hour that it is. So I just wanted to bring that up in case you wanted to leave to do that, if that's okay with the board.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Make sure you take your gift in front of your seat there for board appreciation, which we'll be talking about. Good luck.
Okay, this will be brief. We're halfway through the year. Our revenues are on track. Our expenditures are on track, with the exception of we are projecting to need to shuffle some money into the special education category. We kind of touched on that the other night when we were going through the special education budget for next year, and I said that we had done a pretty detailed review of staffing and determined that we had coded a number of our instructional assistants in the current year's budget incorrectly in the instructional salary category. In other words, in the general ed classroom setting. And as we dug into that this year, we determined we had more in the special education. So we shifted them. We're shifting where they're charging. Now we need to make an adjustment to the budget. And also, I think I mentioned that in our FY27 budget, we're budgeting a lot more for nursing, and that's because I had not budgeted enough for nursing of our special ed students in FY26, and that's likely to go over budget. So those things combined are making making me project that we're going to be over budget by the end of the year in special ed. So we'll need to adjust the budget in that category at some point this spring. Other than that, we are on track. Any questions?
Any questions for Mrs. Jones? No? Okay. Hit the wrong button. Excuse me. Next up, we have our superintendent's report.
So we had our Flex Block visit for our board walkthroughs and learning walks, Easton High and St. Michael's Middle High, and this is always a good time for us to see what's happening in our schools. So I thought it was a great visit, teachers getting an opportunity to showcase what they do during their Flex Block. And again, this is not a static thing. We are continuing to refine the process, get feedback on this as we progress through the year. I am taking the plunge in a couple weeks on the 28th, my first time doing it. There is a superintendent's team, all 4 of us out of the 24. You could see on the list there, myself, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Sims. So we do have 3 here on the shore. I have a meeting tomorrow with the other one, so I'm going to try to peer pressure some more at the last minute to do it. It does benefit Special Olympics, and we have unified sports teams here in the district. And we do have some of our staff members that are also doing the plunge as well. January 9th was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. In 2017, we only had 2 SROs. Now we have 1 in every building. So just want to thank the partnership of our SROs and being there in our schools. They have done a lot for us. And so it is January, School Board Appreciation Month, and I just want to personally thank the communication, the collaboration, the long hours, all of our discussions that we have centered all around our students and shifting our conversations more and more on our student outcomes and looking at our data and what we're doing here. And so in front of you are cards from our students, our staff, and tokens of appreciation. So make sure you take those before you leave. So I just want to thank you for what you do. And just wanted to add a couple of slides. We've gone through our strengths with Gallup, and so We have retreats so we can strengthen ourselves as a board. And the top 5 themes, and I want to bring this to attention because the work that they do fall into 2 themes: relationship building and executing. And so what shows up for a summary of all the board members, you could see relationship building all in the blue, executing all in the purple. And when you surmise all of that, their collective identity as a board, believing in people, showing up with energy, care, and commitment, creating an environment where others feel supported, valued, and empowered to grow. And so that is evident from them taking their own survey of themselves and their strengths, and we're constantly talking about how we show up as, and how they show up as a 7-member board. And you could see there what came out is what they represent and what they do each month and throughout the month in the school year in serving our students and staff. So I just wanted to add that. We just don't have meetings. We do have retreats and continually talk about what we can do collectively for the district. Our list of upcoming events are there. A lot going on still. Career fair is something I want to highlight. Say yes to TCPS. So we are starting early with looking for talented individuals to come join our team. And then you could see the list of other things going on there. I also wrote a list of that aren't on the slide. The Cross County Talent Show I did attend. I think that was last year. Was that last year that we went?
It was last year, Ken Island.
Last year. And so just amazing talent that's out there. I was blown away by what I saw on the stage from our students. So if I can make that date work, I definitely will be there again this year. Also, the public recognition recipients, just want to congratulate them, everyone who we showcased today. And then Chapel. So we had a work session on school improvement plans, and I just want to draw the line between school improvement plans and then what you're seeing from a school. But also, I hear repeatedly, and I want our MCAP scores to go up, and I know I hear 60% to 18%, but you just heard how we do have students that are outperforming the state. But how the state calculates and categorizes our district is everyone together. And so we want each school to come to talk about the practices that they're doing under the school improvement umbrella, where they focus on ELA, math, and then free choice, whatever they deem their school needs. But also you heard through that is our TCPS Foundation Board that also assists with staff. So we can connect the dots to all of the things collectively that goes into increasing student outcomes that we have. And just like Mr. Schaefer said, with Chapel, they're doing it with renovations. So it's not like they said, oh, we're doing renovations, we're going to take a pause from doing our data walls, or we're going to take a pause from doing this for a couple years. They are still plugging away with finding what they need to do to meet students' needs. And so each month from now to the end of the year, you will hear at each school what they're doing to continue to shine the light and zero in and drill down on their K-2 students and what they're doing. So I just want to commend you all. Great job tonight in what you're doing, and the data's showing at your school. So thank you for that. And then calendar committee. So I'm really pleased. This is year 4 for me, and I have to say to Dr. Einhorn and the team and everyone on the committee, this seemed to just go like, you talked about it, yep, we forgot about the election day. We had 2 drafts, but it seems like you said, it was a team effort in the committee work. I didn't attend any, but from what I heard, a really successful process. And that's what it's about, having a process, a group of people coming together to work to get to the common goal. Ms. Spurrier, I want to thank you, game changer in rolling this strategic out. The people are always behind the programs and what we're doing in the process. And so it's important to make sure we have the people communicating, being transparent, and rolling out something efficiently and with intention on how we're doing it. But not leaving it, right? We're going back to revisit to make sure we debrief after things happen to see how we can continue to tweak it and make it better. Thank you, Mr. Stepp, for being here, member of the county council. So when we then go to the council to talk, at least you have some of this background of what you've heard tonight. I have monthly meetings, me and Ms. Jackson, with Mr. Callahan and Mr. Stamp, so that each month we're also talking. So it won't be us coming to the council in the spring and them just getting all this new information. We do have a joint county council and board meeting next week. So we all will be together talking about the blueprint and seeing our new Marathon Health Center. So I'm looking forward to that. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Now we are at board member remarks, and I will start with Elmer, and then feel free to speak and run. I don't know if you have a final tomorrow too, but we have kept you up very late.
I'm all finished with my finals, so yeah. So just wanted to shout out Happy Board Appreciation Month. I appreciate all the work you guys put in your respective committees and positions and all that. So I just really wanted to say appreciate you guys and thank you for these gifts. I hope you guys all enjoy them as well. Thank you, Ms. Ferry, for being such a game changer in the program in which you've helped implement it. It's always a pleasure to see you. Again, shout out to the Chapel District. Like I said, it's amazing what you guys are doing. And I just really want to reinforce that idea. It's like really nice when you see a teacher and like staff put so much care. I mean, it definitely helped me when I was younger, and it's like there's so much service, and you guys are really helping these kids in their future. So you guys are much appreciated. And I just hope this meeting set the tone for a really happy year. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Ms. Bridges?
I'd like to say the same to you guys from Chapel. I was blown away when you did the board the first time, and now to see it in action, it's like, whoa. And it's only going to make our kids better. And I'd really like to see that go district-wide. I really would. I would like to say congratulations to the National Board Certified Teachers. That's a huge accomplishment, and we're very blessed to have that many teachers in our county. And I'd also like to say to the grading committee, please bring back the old-fashioned grading. I have had so many parents begging for it. Get rid of the marshmallow fluff grading that they're doing, is what I was told. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
Okay, ditto to what Elmer said, and Mrs. Bridges, I'm so impressed with Chapel. I was going to say, can you do a tutorial to all this? Like, can we do that in all of our schools? Because that, I think, is what we've been trying to, this is what we want, this is what we want, but you've put words and action to it. So I'm sorry, I have a few remarks tonight. I'm sorry it's super late, but I have something very heavy on my heart, and I need to get it out. And it's about truth. And I was driving the other day, and a car in front of me, the bumper sticker said, "Truth matters." And I said to my son, Michael, Michael, this is it. This is confirmation. This is what I'm talking about, because at the base of everything, it's truth. And the mandatory minimum 50% grading policy does not reflect truth. We cannot be willing to manipulate numbers to make our grades look better for reporting purposes. Grades are meant to be a mirror of learning, not a mask for uncomfortable realities. And in effect, giving 50 points for something that was never turned in, the kid didn't even have to be in school, he just had to breathe, that is not a reflection of what he knows, what he or she knows. And we need to look honestly at what we're doing here. When we look at the data, it already tells us that we have a problem when we look at our MCAP scores, and I know we are all changing this right now, but we have to have practices in place that will develop the skills that our kids want, and that is not a good practice. Because you compare the MCAP rates with the graduation rates, there's a disconnect. Giving the 50% is not compassion or empathy. It sends the opposite message. It tells students, we don't believe you can do this, so we'll just hand this out to you. We know that is not, it's like everyone gets a trophy, then the trophy doesn't mean anything. We have to build skills and confidence, and they are built through hard work, perseverance, resiliency, grit, and that is doing the work. And I understand we are doing the work. I just want to make sure that we continue to do so. My final comment is that real results take real work. Our county, our board, our leadership has to do the work it takes to build strong schools. I cannot, in good conscience, sit on this Board of Education and remain quiet while a mandatory 50% minimum grading practice is acceptable for the remainder of the school year. It goes against everything I believe as an educator, everything I know teachers, county members, taxpayers, future employers expect from us as leaders. This practice did not follow policy and procedure. And then lastly, I have my state Maryland board and I am trusted, right, I was voted in with confidence, with integrity and wisdom to execute this office justly, honestly, diligently, faithfully, according to law. This 50% minimum, giving something for nothing, is not just, it's not honest, and it's not according to law. So I want to encourage people who are listening, if you are concerned about any or all of this, come to our meetings. Thank you for speaking out. We hear you, teachers, we hear you, and we are correcting this. I know our board, we are absolutely in agreement that we will correct this wrong and to make it right. So thank you for listening. I'm sorry I was long-winded, but I had to get that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Ms. Dodson?
I don't disagree with you, Miss O'Connor, but I am tired now. But thank you. Congratulations to all of our national board teachers. Thank you, Dr. Clow and team. You guys are fantastic. I look forward to coming to your school and watching you in action.
Ms. Whelan-Cherry?
Ditto. And again, I agree. I feel like we're grading for failure, and the grading committee, they're the ones that need to get on the ball here and present us with guidelines. And that's the way it stands. So thank you.
Ms. Jurius?
All right, thank you to so many who did so much here for this long meeting that we've had tonight, so I won't say much, but thank you, Mrs. Jones, for putting together our budget. And thank you for all of the questions that were answered here tonight. Thank you, Chapel. That was such an impressive presentation, and I think it does speak to things that we can look at for other schools as well. Mr. Stepp, thank you for coming tonight. We really appreciate the collaboration with the County Council and communication. And thank you to the grading committee that is working through these challenging issues. Thank you to the rest of the board, each and every one, for expressing your views and concerns. I think they're being heard, and hopefully some creative and innovative solutions can be brought forth.
Yes. So I'm known for being long-winded, and I'm going to try my best not to be. I also actually agree with majority of everything that you just said, and I want to be clear that my silence on the topic is not disagreement with you. It's allowing our process to complete as we have requested and expected. I also think that that is not the only problem with our grading policy, or lack of grading policy. There are many, many more things that we have to address, and I am very much looking forward to the grading policy, or the grading committee bringing forward research and data-backed thoughts around a really solid policy that will help all of our students achieve greater levels of success because of high expectations and high level of rigor, which they all deserve, because we are all here to do what's best for students. I am incredibly glad that the two of you are sitting on those committees, and very happy that your valuable voices are being heard. Thank you to all of my fellow board members for all of the work that you do. It is Board Member Appreciation Month, and I appreciate all of you for just being your authentic selves every month. So thank you for continuing to show up. This is very hard work. Don't you ever for a minute please think that it's not. I am so incredibly proud of our NBC teachers, those who have achieved this recognition in the past and those who just got it right now. I have heard how incredibly difficult it is, and so if you don't know, please do a little bit of research into it to find out the things that you need to do to be certified. It's incredible that we have so many people that are doing that, and I am so very proud of all of you. I also would like to shout out again our incredible student winning incredible academic awards. We do a lot of talk up here about our students not achieving academic success, and so I want to make sure that we are paying very close attention to those that are. They are not only flying high, they are far exceeding any bar we have ever set for them and making us very, very proud here in this county. And so I want to make sure that they get the full attention that they deserve as well. Super proud of my Chapel family today and love seeing your hard work shown to the entire county. I am an incredible beneficiary of this. My children all went through Chapel, and they are as smart as a whip, and I have no doubt that they will go far in the world because of their amazing elementary education. You guys are the best. And that's what I'm saying today. No, I'm not no shame to anybody else, East Elementary and everybody else. You can be the best tomorrow. Right now, my heart is with Chapel. So that said, it is very, very late. Thank you so much for sticking with us. This has been a meeting full of tons of information. I bet everybody is going to go home and sleep incredibly well. And with that, Ms. Bridges.
I move to close this meeting.
Second.
All those in favor? No one's opposed, right? Okay, thank you very much. Good night.